All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Today is Wednesday, and we're going to kick it off with even more optimizing. Yay! It's been the word of the week, and last week, too. We've been optimizing the heck out of our game, so we're going to continue with that today. If you'll just give me a brief moment. Yep. That's all I needed. Maybe. Okay. All right, so yesterday, or not yesterday, but Monday, I took a break yesterday. Had some special plans. We were working on the final touches to the pre-generation, the pre-caching, and we noticed that there was a bug. The bug was that somehow map story 1.1 got added to the list of maps or levels, and that's not good because that's not an actual level and it shouldn't be in map data. It doesn't have anything special in map data. So what we've been doing is we've been converting all of the map data structure, like anywhere that used map data before, we converted it from an unordered map to a map. So I recently just finished that up, and what we had to do was inside of safe map, we had to add these contains functions because I wanted to use contains and standard ranges contains, and apparently I didn't have the ranges library, or excuse me, it was under algorithm, I found out. So we have that now and everything compiles. So basically what all this leads to is the safe unordered map makes it so if we try to add something to the map, it's going to error out. So when we first create the map, we're going to go to, let's see here. Let's go to initialize maps. Oh, and let's switch from entire solution back to current. Don't search in external items. And let's initialize maps. Is that not in here? I could have sworn it was. Let's go back to current document. Initialize level. Okay. So initialize level. This is where we populate map data with a bunch of stuff. After we've populated map data, I think we're going to lock it up. So let's see here. This is all reading stuff. So I think let's go ahead and lock it right here. So I'm just going to say, basically, the safe unordered map allows us to set initialize to true at some point, and that's basically locking the safe map. This means we can no longer write data to it. If we end up trying to write data to map data, it's going to cause it to error out, which is what we're hoping for. So the whole objective was to make it so any place that was writing to this variable would cause a crash. So we already see there is a crash at campaign 1.4. So clearly we're doing this in the wrong place because we're writing to it when we're still initializing. So I can see here we're doing, it looks like .stageLoot didn't exist before, so we're adding that to it. So we're gonna go a little bit further. Oh, I see. This is per level. It's called initialize level. So we need to find the place where all the levels are initialized, not just one. So let's go to initialize levels, plural. There it is. Okay, so there's the for loop. So after this, we assume map data is supposed to be locked, and then we'll no longer have that issue. Okay. And either will crash somewhere else or it'll actually start up. And if it starts up, what we need to do is we need to go into the story level again. Okay, so this is still happening. It's still an initialized level. Did I not change it? Maybe initialized level gets called again somewhere? Where are we? We're still in initialized levels. Did I not delete the other line? I did? Maybe? I mean, it doesn't look like there's gotta be other stuff in here already, right? Map data? There's... Oh, this is literally the first item. Is it just initialized by default? Let me see. Maybe I don't know how to use this. Let me look at how we use safe unordered map. So... initialized is false, which means that we can add to stuff using the bracket operator. And because we can use the bracket operator, this should be fine. This shouldn't be complaining yet until we do set initialize to true. But this is going to iterate through all levels and do that first, so I don't see what the problem is here. I'm pretty sure I recompiled. Hello? Previously set value has been overwritten. Oh, it's writing it more than once. Wait, hold on. Let me go back. Is that how this works? A previous set value has been overwritten, as in something else is using campaign 1.4 twice. Why is that? Because we're supposed to do map path, data, levels, map file. How can we have more than one of a level? There's only one campaign 1.4, right? So we should expect that that works. Campaign 1.4. Initialize level. Initialize levels. Data. Levels. Where is the levels object? It is in index 138. So index 138 has campaign 1.4 one time. At least according to this, I don't think it would happen 2 times. It shouldn't happen 2 times. Why would it be more than once? But let me see. Initialize level line 2291. So it's saying this gets created twice. It's not being accessed more than... So maybe after this we have to use at, if we're doing it this way. Because this sets it. So maybe we have to change how we use it. But then again... A previous set value has been overwritten. If it already exists, shouldn't we just return it? Why are we complaining that it already exists? I guess it's to prevent us from using that way. So if I change this to now be .at, I guess that's how we would use that. But I kind of, well, that makes it const, right? That's not what we're looking for, and we're not creating it again here, so I have to do .at here, I suppose. But no, that doesn't make sense, right? Because it shouldn't be creating it again if it already exists. Let me see. If not initialized, map key equals int items.size, compare the size when doing map key equals. Wait a second. Yeah, something's wrong here. That's not... Original size is map.size. Add the key and set it to items.size? Why isn't it map.size again? Wait. Map key equals int items.size. Original size is equal to map.size. Then... Wait, shouldn't it be not equal to? No, because that means it would have been the same value again. How am I supposed to use that? That's so weird. Okay. So I guess the idea is, or the original concept was, we would just load everything in and then lock it and then do other stuff with it. So I could adjust my workflow here a little bit, right? The intention was to iterate through the entire config, load what we need to, and then lock it. Don't do anything else with it. Just initialize everything. So initialize level could literally just be the initialization, and then everything else could be called like setup level afterwards. So maybe we do something like this for auto map inside of map data, because this returns a vector for safe unordered maps. Then we can do something called like setup level with the actual map name or just the map object. But either way, I think that's the structure we have to aim for. So I'm going to go under adventures in Listeria.h, and I'm going to make a new function under initialize level and call it initialize or setup level. And this is just going to be the map itself. So I think these store map objects. Yes. So we'll just do a map ref to a map and go from there. We're going to have to actually write it out. So AIL setup level. And in here, we're going to do everything that we were initially doing inside of initialize level, because if we lock it, then we will no longer be able to write any new indices into it. So that will more or less do what we need to do. So now we just have to adjust this to match whatever we're trying to do when it comes to initialize level down here, where all we did was populate map data with the initial map name. So level.getData. So now, back up here, instead of, let's see, so originally this was iterating through all levels. Let's just change, we're already iterating through each level individually now, so we don't need this anymore. I don't think. Let me see. What was it? Because what was this doing? This was saying data levels and then map, looking for certain keys like loot and skip loadout selection. So my question is, do we still even need that? I guess that's where the original keys were, but the key is also the map name, so I guess we can get it this way. If we needed the original data file object with the key name being our map name, it would look something like this. Data file, map data, and it would be still the data object, the levels key, and then the map is instead the get map name function. That would give us like the stage 1_4 or campaign 1_4, whatever. And then we can use that to determine what, so key. So this object, we have to look at each key. Yeah. So we still needed that for loop after all. We're just changing what we're originally looking at. Right. So we're kind of substituting that there and then saying, okay, for each key inside of map data, we are doing that. So map data, then all of this applies. Then we have map data.at. We can still do this now, I think. Well, no, this would be the name though, so we just do map.getName now instead. But I think we can switch now to the hard brace syntax, because if we lock it, it doesn't So if initialize and map.count is equal to 0, it'll say trying to get non-existent key. Otherwise, it will just return it. So it only returns existing keys and it won't create new ones. So that's pretty much what we're aiming for at this point. How we're transforming this to fit our data structure, our safer data structure, as I am calling it. So let's see down here. I swore I had more errors, like this should be an error, so I'm gonna switch that out. Base directory is gone. Do we need that? Do we need basedir? And if so, where did we get it from? Let's see, initialize level had a basedir variable. It did. Came from here, so it was originally mapfile.substring / marker of mapfile.findLastOf mapfile.substring / marker +1. That was the base directory for the map file? Let me see. So that would have been like the TMX file itself? Don't we technically have that? Let's see. So if not standard file system exists, map file. Okay. So when we did initialize levels, I'm just trying to think, file name wise, what did we initially supply? We supplied the map path plus the map file key. So again, this is the key with the TMX in it. If I go back to levels.txt, we'll see here that its map file does have this. So when we want the base dir, what we're looking for is the everything before that, because there'll be a substring from 0 to the / marker. So it would have been, wouldn't it have just been the map data? Let's see, because it's map path, right? What's map path? Configuration. I feel like I just undid something that I already had. So map underscore path, map path is not in here. It must be under like levels or something. Let's see. Okay, good. Map path is assets / campaigns. According to this, the basedir is finding the last of the slashes. So that would be right here, and saying get a substring from 0 to the / marker in length +1. So it would have been this anyways. So why are we not just using map path in the first place, right? That would make the most sense. Also, I forgot to start this, so I'm going to start it now. Yes. Just have a little ambience. Yes. Excellent. Okay. And this is still good? Like, are my things still working? They are. Cool. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, so my question is, why am I not just using map path here? What is stopping me from doing this? That literally would be the same thing. The macro of your Visual Studio is, well, I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, definitely. Also, welcome, Stiggy Man. So yeah, I'm not sure why I don't just do that for the basedir. I must have been getting lost in the variables. And what's funny is the basedir here. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That is exactly what that is. Basedir plus whatever the source is. So, like, for example, this would be reading from a map file. Where's my Visual Studio Code? I don't see my Visual Studio Code. Maybe I closed it at some point. But if we look at like our one of our map files, so pull up assets, campaigns, let's go like in here. We like, okay, we're looking at source. The source has directories in it, so we're like, okay, put in a map path and then do a .. which takes us from campaigns out to assets, back to /map / the TSX file. So that takes us back to where we need to be. So that works exactly like how I would expect. I don't see why I didn't just do that in the first place. I must have just thought, oh, I have that variable, I might as well use it again. It's just being silly. Just looking at old code sometimes is really funny. Alright. So we gotta continue replacing everything that's bad. Yeah, all these like map data maps have to be replaced because map is not a variable anymore. So I think I'm safe enough to just do brace or bracket map end bracket with map.get map name and get map selection. Looks like I missed one. And then down here, same thing. I think it wants a map name. Is that most of them? There's a couple left down here. So let me just grab those. And I think we're pretty much good. Okay. See one more error. Somewhere around here. At least according to this is where I saw it, but let me just do a build real quick. I hate looking at my old code because I always feel like I've learned a better way to do X. Exactly, you're always learning, and then you look back at your old code and you realize it can now be improved, and now that's the case with all your code. Or for me, a lot of times my syntax or styling will change as I develop further and further into a language. So as my C++ progressed, I changed how I styled my code. You can see I rarely press the spacebar. Everything's just kind of squished together. And when I look at my old C++ code and everything was spaced out, I like instinctively want to squish everything back down now to my new style. So that happens often as well. And yeah. It just shows that you're constantly learning and evolving, and nothing's ever gonna be, you know, the same. But it's usually a good thing. Although a lot of people say my code's unreadable, so I dug myself into a corner with that one. But it's okay. Everybody has their own preferences. This Y does not exist. Also, there seems to be an operator. Okay, we probably have to fix this. Let me see. We either missed one. Yeah, we missed one here. So that needs to be fixed. Okay. Excuse me. Parse. We're trying to do standard format somewhere on line 4704. And something's not working. Let's see, we have map here. That needs to be get map name. In fact, if we're outputting, I like to use get map display name because it's a little more of a user-friendly name versus just get map name. Then we have Y as an undeclared identifier. Can you figure out why this Y is here and why it's being a problem? It looks like the Y is down here, and it must have been like an accidental line shift because that looks just wrong, right? You can see here the indentation clearly shows that's supposed to be up there, so I don't know why that... I must have just like clicked and dragged by accident. That happens sometimes too. I would not be able to tell unless I looked at the OG code because this is all brand new stuff, but... yeah, if we were to scroll all the way up to here, we'd probably see that that was the case, and that was probably the fix. So yeah, here was the initial loop. The Y was indeed at the top. So that fixes that. And now the build has succeeded. So we're gonna try running it again. I think we should be at a point where all the maps can be initialized, then the loops will run, and then it will be set initialize. The previous set value has been overwritten. Key is blank. Okay, now this is interesting because this is a map with no name according to this. So I'm really curious what's going on here. Map get map name. So apparently this map has no name. As we can see, it's completely blank. Apparently it has a width of 200 and a height of 122. I wonder what what this is. Oh, Foresty 1-1 is what plays, so it's probably the original forest map, like the OG one, which is why it probably doesn't have a name, because that was a new property added later into the game. I wonder if it's just iterating through them. Let me see. So if I look at the OG11, this is like an old version of the map, and I look here, it doesn't even have the map class. I don't think the map size quite matches, as the map, according to this, was of width 200 and height 122. This one's 192 by 203, so it's like close but not quite. 192, 203, is that what I'm hearing? I think this is it. 192, 203, 11 test. No, 200, 122. I'm not really seeing a map that matches that. At least not in these three. Okay. So let's back up for a minute. Initialize levels. It's now iterating through map data. So let's look at all the maps. We have intro map, campaign. You know what? It's probably the intro map. I don't think the intro map officially has a name. Partially because you wouldn't see it in game. So here's the map properties. And... well, I guess the level names, though, come from here. Levels.txt? At least... no, that's not true either. I don't know where the map names come from. Let me see. I guess that's something to figure out, because, like... What? Where do these names come from? Because it's not from here, like, you don't set it as a property for any map. Any given map. Maybe it's under... oh, you know what? It's probably under the hub, but... or not the hub, the world map. But the world map also doesn't name things like the intro map. So if a stage doesn't have the map or the name, then we can't use what we just did as part of the loop. Let me see. If map data, map get map name... so we're saying... sometimes map name doesn't exist. And if map name doesn't exist, then I guess we don't care about it, right? So we should actually say, okay, but all this used map.getName too, right? So where'd the error occur? Error occurs here, but it's weird, right? Because what was the error log? Previously set value has been overwritten. So that's called by using operator this, which if I'm looking at this code, right? Let's just jump up here for a second. Isn't that also the tag? So if we're thinking the same thing, it's doing that here too. It's doing that here, right? It's like... okay, hold on. We're getting somewhere. So get map name. Get map name is supposed to be populated by something else. I originally thought get map name was actually the level name, but apparently not. So let me see. Let's go jump back to initialize level and see what gets set. Map data map. So this map is the map name according to this. And initialize level gets called if we go down here, initialize level gets called by getting the map file key. So as long as everything in here has a map file key, that is going to be the map name no matter what. So... or no, that's the map file, right? The second one is the key, and the key comes from data levels for each key. So this is actually the map name. So everything should have a map name, including the intro map. If it doesn't, it's because we didn't populate it correctly. So that must be our problem. Let's do mapdata.setInitialized up here. That way we lock it, as in we're saying we're not going to generate more keys. And then the first step we should be doing is saying set the map data map name to... yeah, it should be set at this point. In my opinion, it should be... I don't understand why getMapName doesn't set that for us. Like, where did it set it before, right? Because I'm thinking, huh, why is it not set here? So I'm actually gonna go into debug mode, and I want to know when map data map gets populated, because it's clearly not going to be here. There's nothing that says map.getMapName, which is what? So it's just a name property. When does this name property get set? What sets it? Because I'm not seeing anything that sets this property. So I'm thinking in my head, why are we not initializing it yet? There must be some reason. So I'm looking here. Ooh, it's kind of messy because I think it doesn't know which name this is. Yeah, it doesn't. It's because I don't have... I need to turn on this define because you can see it's like grayed out because by default this is like a single header with the implementation included, hidden by a header guard, essentially. So it doesn't know what that name is until I do that. And then now, if I try find all references again, maybe it'll actually find it because now it knows what it is because it's compiling with it. All right, let's see. I still don't see it. So something's telling me... Like, I just have a feeling it's not set. Let's look for name real quick. Just anywhere, right? Funny enough, getMap display name is also name, so I'm not sure why that ends up being the case. Oh, we get our, okay. Well, we're gonna hit our breakpoint, so we can take a look, right? So here, map data starts out with size of 0, and obviously it just initialized with one item in it, campaign 1.4, and, well, there should be an object in it now. So if we look at the object, it has no name. So why isn't the name set? And where do we set it? If we don't set it here, right? So that's my question. Like, maybe we could watch for this variable. So I'm gonna do map underscore data. I'm gonna say campaign underscore 1 underscore 4, and I'm just gonna do dot name expected a class structure. Oh, hold on, forgot to put the closing bracket. Now operator matches these operands. Is it map underscore data? That's a string. That should be a I don't understand. Can I do dot at then? Would that work? Passing to a function evaluation is not supported. Oh, great. Okay. I was kind of hoping, but maybe because it's in a vector, maybe I could just watch for this value, right? Or not this value, but I can watch this value. So I'm gonna put a conditional, or no, we're gonna break when value changes. Unable to set data breakpoint, expression name has a size of 40, which is larger than the hardware limit of 8. Oh. Well, we can't do that then, can we? Okay, well, anyway, what I want to do now is we're gonna get to the part where it's doing load level. No, setup level. That's the next thing I want to look at. So let's go to setup level. I'm gonna go down here because we should reach here eventually once it iterates through all the maps. In theory. Okay, so we hit here. And so now, first of all, get map name again is blank right now. So this doesn't work. So map data by itself, first of all, is blank, which is why we never... Oh, that's why we didn't hit this loop. There was nothing to read. And same with this, there's nothing to read again, so it just skipped all this. So that's why we have to set a map name here, but for some reason it was set up before? Or no, I guess the map name was provided before. That's the issue. I guess we're gonna set it up ourselves now. So we do in setup level, let's do map data, map. So yeah, we don't know the map name yet, so we gotta set it up here, and the only way to set it up here right now is by using at. Because if we don't use at, then it's going to create another one, and that's a problem. And then we can do dot name, and we just set it equal to well, it wouldn't be map file, right? It would be whatever this is, and the map. See, I'm confused. Is that why we did baster? Yeah, that's confusing, because map file. I'm so confused. Why did such old code that I'm like, this doesn't really make sense when I look at it, right? Because if I look here, we took map path plus data levels key map file. So I basically need that part, and just that part, not the map path. So basically, if I wanted the map file is a combination of this, I just have to remove everything at map path to get the level name. No, to get the map file name, not the level name. The level name is the key. And the key's... Oh, the key is under map name. Okay. I'm understanding now. So, that's what makes the map name. But that's not what the display name is. The display name gets set later, actually, I think. Maybe. But this is where it gets weird, right? I looked at TMX parser, and if you look, getMap display name also returns name. How is that possible? How do we end up with two functions that return the exact same thing? I don't understand. Why do they return the same thing? Oh well. Maybe my intention originally was they were going to be different. We were going to have like a nice looking name and the kind of like these all caps names. But then it just turned into, oh yeah, everything's just going to be this now. GetMap display name and getMap name are the same. Alright, so technically this is now populated. So when we hit setup levels now, everything should work. I hope. So I'm going to do this again. Breakpoint right here. And when we get to here, it's actually going to pop up now. And it'll be happy. At least I really hope so. Number of sections exceed file format limit? What? I terribly broke something, and I have no clue what. There is an error way down here, but it's like... It's just a bunch of nonsense. Like, this is valid code, as far as I can tell, so... I don't know what it wants from me right now. I'm just gonna try a rebuild. I don't know what's going on right now. Just being silly. Yeah, it's just compiling now. I don't know what that was about. I guess it just does that sometimes. It's being funny. But yeah, I'm like, this is perfectly valid code. It says, number of sections exceeded object file format. Compile with /big obj. Is it just too big now? is my CPP file too big? I feel like that's not a thing. I feel like I've built bigger source files or object files, maybe. But before I do this, I'm just gonna try a build. I'm just gonna clean and rebuild. Because I've never encountered this. Maybe it's because we're also building with debug symbols and the file has gone too big at the same time, so it's kind of like doing two things at once. But I've never seen that before. But if anything, I guess we have to compile with /big-obj. I don't know what implications that has other than I have a big source file. I don't know. Like, it's funny when you're programming, up until a certain point, you have some kind of workflow, and the workflow works very well. It does everything you need it to do. And then something, usually like a size limit or a memory limit, is reached, and then suddenly things aren't working anymore, and you get something like this. So I guess we're gonna try compile with /big-obj. I've never seen this before. I assume, let me go into my solution settings. And let's do, I would assume it's under linker if it's an OBJ file. So, where would this be? Where's linker? I don't even see linker. Am I in the right place? Isn't there usually a linker thing? Optimization. No. There's usually a tab that says linker. I'm not going crazy, right? There's usually a linker property. What is going on? C++, preprocessor, optimization, general. I guess I could just go to all options and type it in. Maybe it's because I'm not selecting a specific one. Anyway, I guess I'll add it to, well, I can't add it to them scripted ones. I'm just gonna try it on the debug one first and just do /big-obj. I'll just go ahead and add it here, and then hopefully that will be enough. There's probably like a checkbox or something for like it too, but I would have to figure out which one of these it is. But usually there's a checkbox equivalent. Anyways, let me try again. I assume I would have to do the same for release desktop as well. I've never seen that before. I might as well research it while waiting. /big-obj MSVC. /big-obj increased number of sections in OBJ file. By default, an object file can hold up to 65,279 addressable sections. This limit applies no matter which target platform is specified. /big-obj increases that address capacity to over 4 billion. Most modules never generate an OBJ file that contains more than 65,000 sections. However, machine-generated code, or code that makes heavy use of template libraries, may require OBJ files that can hold more sections. Okay. Well, I guess we have 4 billion addressable sections in Adventures in Lestria.cpp now. Well, in any source file, I guess. Again, I don't know what that means or the implications of using this. I hope it's compatible with other compilers, or other compilers do something similar. I'm sure they would tell me if I had to type something into it, like file too small, blah blah blah. So we'll see. But yes. That does make it happy. At least it's actually compiling everything now, so that's good. I guess the file is just very big with a lot of stuff in it, so that's what happens. This file is like almost 5,000 lines of code, so I guess that's expected. We have so much going on in this game now. Oh, I just have like a billion linker errors. Okay, that's not good. Like, actually, a billion errors. Okay, well, let's see what happens. Hi there, Axorus. Welcome to the stream. We, broke everything, but let's see. Let's see what this is, if we can make any sense of this. It just says map already defined in ability.obj. Oh, I left the define in there. I forgot. Wait, is that why I needed /big obj? Because it thinks I had to like include TMX parser over and over? Maybe that's why. We got stuck in like an infinite loop. Okay, maybe that's why. I'm like, I've never encountered that before, and I don't feel like a 5,000 line file should require that. But now that I'm thinking about it, maybe that's why. So I'm gonna go down here, and I forgot to do this, but since this is like a single header file that has both the implementation and the definitions in one file, I typically only put that, or uncomment that define when I'm editing the file for debugging or IntelliSense purposes. So now that I don't need that anymore, I need to take that out, and maybe I don't need that option anymore. That's fascinating. Okay, I'm just gonna take it out and see if it still complains now. Because maybe that was the cause. That could very well be it, because this file would have been included in a bunch of places. At least that's what my thinking is. And maybe that's why it was starting to say there were too many sections. Just my theory. So we'll see. Okay. Man, it really comes to show you never know where coding is gonna take you every day. Like, every day I think I'm working on one thing, I'm actually working on something else, and we're just going all over the place. I think that's the fun part about programming, though, is that when you're trying to solve these problems, you never know where you're gonna end up, what other issues you're gonna run into. You just kinda go with the flow. It's kind of fun. I think that's what makes coding so enjoyable. At least in my eyes, it does. Alright. I'm surprised the map name wasn't populated here, and that this whole time I was just using some pre-made map name. So then the question is, where does it actually ever get set, right? I'm thinking about that now. I would imagine it would get set during the connection point stuff. But by that point, I'm like, it's too late. Okay, so my game is running. It doesn't need that /big obj thing. I think the fact that we included that TMX parser define and it caused that message to occur does make sense, because the define is included in a lot of files and it's a very big file, so I'd imagine the amount of addressable sections, especially if it's just duplicate functions over and over, would have caused the number of sections to get really, really high. And that's probably what ended up causing those messages in the first place. So we're back here, and this time we actually have a map data that's populated because getMapName actually returns the right value. So now we can go through everything else, and this time I don't think you'll complain about us using this, like, this syntax, or excuse me, this syntax, because now, let me go like down here or something, and maybe down even further. Yeah, so I don't think it's complaining anymore, which is a good thing. But we do get an abort, so something went wrong. Let's see. Safe and ordered map, actually. Invalid unordered map key. Really? Line 144 for key stage 1-4. Stage... Well, they're not called stage, are they? They're called campaign. So where did we get this from? Is this later? Let me see. This isn't get zones. Okay, yeah, so... Remember how I said that where does the map name get set? I think at some point, things change around, or maybe this refers to something else. Let's see. So get zones. What is going on? Get zones references. Let me do current document. That's less confusing. And let me see here. We're looking for the call to it. So it's up here. I did not want that to pop up. Okay, so... Well, get zones looks for zone data, which again comes from that TMX parser. So... Oh, this is where name gets set too. So if mapdata.count, again, with the connection point thing. So this is what I was talking about. Like, the names are not actually necessarily the names, they're like the display names. So what ended up happening was the display names... This is fascinating. This is very fascinating. It's like originally map data uses the map names, map file names, and then later it uses the story names, which is even more confusing to me. Like, how does that even work? That's so confusing. I don't understand. Let me just So yeah, something... I'm just trying to wrap my head around this right now. So at some point we change out the names for the connection point names, and the connection point names are defined by this world map. So like the stage 1-4 we just saw comes from right here. So that's where that name comes from. But the map is not actually supposed to be using these names, at least I don't think they are. And originally we take all the information from levels, which also just uses a whole different naming scheme. So I don't know why we're using that map data, and then later we're changing it around to using a different type of map name data. It's almost like I wasn't sure which one to use, and I just guessed or something. Like, what was my... I guess I need to figure out my original intent and then decide which way I want to go. Because I seem to have conflicting ideas here. At least according to my past self, right? So when we look at data levels, initially the map data key was officially whatever was in that levels file. So that's why we set this. We did level.getData. And so that's all well and good. And then once we get to initialize level, or excuse me, what is now setup level, formerly initialized level, at the bottom when we iterate through all connection points, or no, that's later, under initialize levels, run map tests, get zones. Let me back up a minute. Okay, right here. So right before we do run map tests inside of initialize levels, we iterate through all connection points, and that's when we set a name. So does this want to now be the display name, and we want to make a display name variable? Because I think that's where we're headed. It's like the map data doesn't store... Like, I kind of want to jump back to here and see what the state of our program is. So I'm just going to restart. And we're gonna get to this breakpoint, and I want to take a look, because I'm like, okay, so a connection points map is just whatever we have for this name. This is like the human displayable version. But to index it into map data is incorrect, because that doesn't exist. We have to have some kind of conversion to what the actual map is. So this is fascinating. And before, we somehow managed to get all this to work. Oh, so it does say campaign 1-1, but for some reason we changed the name. So .map does hold the actual map, which means this part worked fine, but .name, which we actually assigned correctly. So like if we look at campaign 1-1, right now the name is campaign 1-1. We ended up changing it to stage 1-1, but that shouldn't change the key, right? But then under get zones, so now let's go back to the place where it crashes. For some reason under get zones, we suddenly shift gears and say, okay, now use the real map name, which is very bizarre to me. I don't know why we do that. So that happens because we use, we do, wait. Yeah, because we use get map name instead of iterating through. Because the name is now this, so we don't know what the key name is anymore. The keys come from data levels. So we've just been iterating through the wrong structure, and we should change it. So this should now be data levels. Iterate through those keys, and that should get us what the actual map name is. And from there, we can get the map data that we're interested in. Because this is going to return, that's data file, right. So we need, this will be all the keys, size, and using that key, we can index into map data. So then we say map data key. And we're looking at, in this case, the map type. So get map type. Map data is undefined. This is in the test class. So I guess we need to reference the game pointer to get to map data. Key is undefined. Oh, keys. It should be key. And then get map type. So this would be the equivalent of what we had before, but organized in such a way that the key is no longer the stage key name, which is the correct way we should be handling this. So I can put this here, and here, and here. And I would even argue at this point we might as well just turn map into this by doing const. Well, not. Do we want const? I think we want const. We're only getting stuff, right? So const map is equal to game map data key. And that should fix all that. I'm still baffled by how that originally was set up, because that's definitely not what it was supposed to be. Looking at old code is so bizarre. It's like, what was I thinking? How did it even work before? Like, to me, just looking at that, I'm like, it's a miracle it worked. It works by accident. Or maybe my line of thinking was different, right? I was probably just writing it like, kind of like top to bottom. So maybe at that time it made more sense. Rather now I'm looking at the data structures on a larger scale. So I'm thinking, okay, this points to this and this points to this. Why is it pointing to the wrong thing, right? Or why does it get overwritten to the wrong thing? So then we have the same thing probably somewhere else. Let me see. Get zones. Okay, map name is still showing up as stage 1-4. So I don't think I changed what we're actually checking in terms of get zones. Yeah, I'm doing get map name. So really we should be passing in... Get map name is not what we want. We want the map... We just want the key. And yeah, we definitely want the key. So does that mean we don't want the map name? I guess that would be inaccurate, right? We don't want the map name. If get current map display name... Why... So we might have to change this a little bit. Is equal to map name, return get zones. This is like, okay, get zones is the current list of zones. Otherwise we get zone data from a different set. Okay, I guess that makes sense, but then I have to think, all right, so this is no longer a map name. This is going to be a level name. So I'm going to call this a level name. I could even call it like the level key, the map key. I think to be more concise and know exactly what I'm talking about, I'm going to call this the map key. It doesn't know what we're trying to change. So let me try that one more time. Map key. Oh, now I have multiple things called level name. That's why. Well, I don't want to change all this. The only things I want to change are the ones in the exact block we're editing. So let me uncheck this, please. If you'll let me. Thank you. And we only want these last 3 lines here. Not everything else. Even though they have the same name, they're definitely not referring to the same thing. So I'm only changing those. And then from there, we're saying if get current level... Well, here's the thing. We don't actually know... Get current level doesn't return a key. Get current level returns name, doesn't it? Returns current level. And what does current level get set to? Does it get set to the key? I guess it gets set to the key, which is impressive. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. Let's look at all references. I find it so odd that I tried to combine, like, the key name plus the stage names. That is very, very confusing. But yeah, let's take a look at where this all goes. So current level. Current level equals map. And that's during prepare level, where we select a map name on the overworld map. So I think that makes sense. Back up here. Okay, so this might actually work. So if get current level is equal to map key, return get zones, our current zones. Otherwise, we're gonna do map data.at map key. I guess that's fine. Also, why is it a string view? I run the risk of this not actually, or causing a slowdown if I use it in a place that runs repeatedly, like multiple frames, because that string conversion is very slow. We've learned that before. And I don't want to risk losing frames because I don't know that we're not supposed to use that in a big loop. So yeah, I'm deciding to change that on a whim, just because. I think this is the equivalent code though. This makes sense to me. I'm still thirsty. I'm gonna go get another drink while this is happening. I'll be right back. Okay. So trying to think how we're taking all this and getting back on track, because this is now getting a little far off from where we originally intended to be, but we still need to figure out that story ad eventually. So we're expecting that we're gonna get another error even when we fix this one later, because we're gonna at least we found out that if we go into the story and then quit, apparently the story key gets added into the map data map. So we need to figure out what's going on there. Okay, so now we have a test that is failing. So something else is causing problems now. There are 2 lower bridge collision zones in campaign 1.1 returned false. So something's failing now that wasn't failing before. I'm guessing because now get zones is not returning the right thing. And we wrote this test as a way to make sure, hey, are you detecting this properly or not? Because if our code changes to the point where it's not working anymore, that's what would happen. So get current level is not actually returning what we expect. Okay, we're gonna have to debug that. Let me rerun this code, but breakpoint right at that line. Let's find out why. Because all I did was make it so it should be, current map should be campaign 1.1 in theory, but maybe not. Because apparently this size check failed for whatever reason. Okay, so we're here. Let's go in, and it's gonna be get zones for campaign 1.1. So get current level. We're not a visual novel, and we're not in state story, I guess. So we're gonna return current level, which is campaign 1.1. So that part checks out. Map key is currently campaign 1.1, so we're gonna return get zones. What is get zones? Zone list. Apparently zone list has a size of 0. So why isn't it populated now? What originally populated this? Is it because now this is wrong? Add zone. We gotta figure out what populates this and why it stopped populating. Because that's important. So, let's see. On prepare level, we would create it, but that's not what I'm looking for. Okay. I'm seeing nothing for populating this zone list. Did this just work before by accident? There has to be something going on here. Alright, I have a theory. Let's say before, get current level, so before we were passing in level name, and we're saying, okay, get current, display name was, let's say, campaign 1.1. Because we know get current display name and get current name are exactly the same thing, right? We actually figured that out. So, in theory, this never ran, and it always went to this. So, my theory is that we always went to here and never populated or used a zone list, at least initially. So, if I remove this line, would that work? Like, let's look at the zone data for campaign 1.1, right? Like, what is the purpose of zone list, realistically? Okay, this is index 6. Index 6 has... Let's look at the zone data. So, size 6. And we're looking at lower bridge collision. There are 2 in here. Why do we have a separate zone list? What is the purpose of this variable? We're like starting to dig open the weeds a little and look at what my old design had to offer and what bad design it potentially offered, right? So zone list normally got populated by add zone, but I bet there were a couple places where it also just got added on its own. So this is what it looks like. It is a class of Adventures in Listoria. or it is a member function of Adventures in Listoria. If we look here, the end zone seems to get populated by the zone list. But is that what we use get zones for? And if that's the case, are we never going to see this zone data, which is what we actually need to figure out the bridge stuff? Like, I'm a little confused, right? Because we call get zones, there's another get zones, but with the map key, it's like, I wonder why we don't just look for zone list by itself. Why do we have a get zones that returns something completely different? This makes no sense to me. Why not just go like this? Right? That way, we know that zone list is not doing something completely different. But then I guess we had this issue of, okay, we used this add zone function. How do we get those zones? From the zone list itself. Maybe that was my initial issue and why I added that, but then we have a zone data. So I would argue add zone is supposed to add to zone data. Right? Why wouldn't it just add to zone data? That's very interesting. Let's see if we can change that, because I think that makes more sense. Why are we using two variables to represent effectively the same thing? This is very strange. So, this is supposed to be an unordered map of what? String and vector. Well, this is a map key, which is being passed by a string, which is fine because that's what a map name is. Map key dot zone data. Zone data is what? Zone data is a standard string and standard vector zone data. So this is fine. It's a const ref. Okay. No, that's perfectly fine. What the problem is this add zone isn't like adding to this. So maybe that's what we want to do, right? We want to say, okay, instead, why is it called zone name? Is it because we're looking at only a specific set of zones? Which means these zones are being added into... So this is also a standard string into a standard vector zone data, or... yeah. So... I'm just thinking here, why is this not just happening in here, right? That to me makes sense. But I guess we're looking for a specific zone name, so the assumption is we're adding it to the current map. So maybe I should refactor this function to be called add zone to current map. Because it's not really adding a zone to any arbitrary map, it's adding a zone to a current map. And according to this, all these need to be changed to accommodate for that. And then from there, we have to do this and this as replacements for zone list initially. And then instead of zone name, now this becomes map key. And because these index into a map, I don't want to convert these to strings every time. So I'm getting rid of these and the string view and replacing it with a const standard string ref. And same for the add zone to current map declaration. Instead of the const string view, I want a string ref. I'm going to call this the map key as well. I'm going to change this to mplaceback. That way it's just kind of moving the temporary instead of copying it. At least that's what's happening on the surface level. I think it gets optimized anyway in release build, but either way, let's be explicit. Does get current map name really return? Yeah, I wanted to return a string it's probably fine. Trying to add non-existent zone key blank to zone list of map whatever. So I'm wondering why we have the zone key thing. Do we still need the zone key thing? I want to say we do. Okay, so we're assuming current map. So map key isn't necessary. That should be zone key. So I was wrong about renaming it to map key. So I gotta undo that. So replace map key with zone key. Because that's actually what it is. It's just right here, map data should be the current level. So get current level. Add zone to current map, right? Because that's what we care about. Okay. Then back over here, this is zone key. And what I want to do now is the place where originally we called this is probably going to be a little different now. Because even though the arguments are the same, is the assumption the same? No, it doesn't use zone list anymore. So let's delete the zone list structure because I don't think we need it anymore. It's literally a copy of zone data, but for the current map. It's like, why does it exist? I'm starting to think it was like over-engineered, or at the time I wrote it, which was probably a long, long time ago, I didn't understand how these two data structures connected, but as we're reviewing the internals, we're realizing, oh, that's how it works. And then we're seeing now we have redundant data structures and potentially bugs that just ended up working out and we never noticed. So something slipped by under the hood that really should not have. Which is actually pretty impressive when you think about that. It was actually working fine, but really it was one line of code away from being completely wrong and would have broken. It's delicately fragile. Very delicate, very fragile. But we're fixing that all now. This all makes sense to me so far. I think... Alright. Let's compile here. There's still gonna be plenty more to do now that we've modified this. There are other places where these are used that are gonna be broken. I can already see them kinda, or I saw them. They'll pop up here in a second. Okay. So zone list is an undeclared identifier. Naturally, we removed it. So whatever we had here before, now we get to change it. So instead of zone list end zone, our new look is going to be get zones. And we're gonna say get current level. And that should return effectively the same thing. Let me see one more time. Get zones. Ugh. IntelliSense is chugging along very slowly. Goodness. Okay. We're still waiting. Maybe I can look at it in here. But anyways, get zones, accepts string name. Is this unimplemented? I think this is unimplemented. And like, I have comments for this. It does say returns the zones in the current stage, returns the zones of any given stage. Like, if anything, I'm just gonna write something that does literally this. Like, if I really want to support this, it would be calling the other function. Get zones, get current level, right? Like, essentially, that's exact. Oh, I have caps lock on. Oops, I didn't notice. Get zones, get current level. I would essentially just call the function substituting the current level name there. And that would essentially be the same thing. So I can still support that OG function, just... It's just so weird to me that I did that way. So if I did get zones, end zone, and I did the same thing over here... Now let's go to another location with errors. So I assume we have a call to add zone, which probably has changed now. Or if it hasn't changed... then it probably just works fine, because I refactored it. So maybe it is fine. But I do see something down here. Let's go look. We can just hit build again. So binary open brace. No operator found, which takes the left-hand operand. Okay, let's take a look. Line 1066. This is supposed to return a map, so if I did this right, that should be fine, but it is const. Okay, maybe that's why. This is not supported for a const. Right. So we probably have to do .at there. That's probably what it wants. Cannot convert from const zone data to zone data ref. Okay, so let's do const zone data ref. Would that work? Or are we going to run into issues because render zone is not const? So render zone, do we expect it to be const is the question. Because right now it's an auto. But if it needs to be a const function, I don't think it's going to be a const function. I'll be for real with you. I don't think it has to be. Because zone.zone, that would be a read, and that should be fine. Render world cannot cover argument 1 to a reference. Okay. I mean, we just have to make that argument const. That's what it is. And it should be fine. We only need it here, so it's okay. And we'll go from there. Okay, what else? So once again, pretty much the same issue. This should be const. We already fixed render zone, so we don't have to worry about that. And then we have... apparently cons is an undeclared identifier. Yes, you're supposed to be const. Silly. Okay, and then we have zone list. So zone list does not exist anymore. And you know what's funny is this actually is the same exact thing as get zones. What do you know? So guess what? This isn't even needed anymore. Okay, let me think. So, with zone data, we add stuff to it, and then we reload. Is that why we make a zone list? Because we need to separate... Oh, I'm starting to see it now. We need to make, like, a current zone list that we can then wipe out and use again later. So when we originally used get zones, we would say, okay, get it from zone list. That's why. How can we make this or communicate this more clearly? Because this is like a temporary thing. So it's not even supposed to be like when we look for zone stuff, it should be from zone list. So we've essentially dug ourselves kind of into a hole where it's like, okay, so the original map data says the zone data was this, but then we modify it outside. So that's an issue. Okay, so now I see finally we get to the point where we realize, oh, That's what that structure was for. Now we have to pretty much undo what we just did, or make it compatible again with that. Darn. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. That's very fair. So we're gonna kind of have to code our review our way back over to what we had before. So zone list is like the current list, current active zone list, which can change over time. The zones from get zones is like a lookup. But if it's a lookup, why doesn't it come from map data? And why isn't it read only? So let's address that first. Right? If I go to TMX parser and I look here, get zones is a const ref. That's the return type. So where does this get assigned to where I can use it? I think it's .zones, right? So let me go to, because we have zone data. So what is .zones is my next question, because I think when we were looking at that file, we were like, oh, we're kind of touching zones from another location. Let's go look at that. So get zones with when we specify a map key, we are using zone data, and it is const ref, so we can't modify it. But then, rewind, we have add zone to current map, and that is .zone data place back. Why isn't that const, right? Or why is that touchable? We can make it untouchable by turning it from an unordered map into a safe unordered map, right? Then we can lock it when we're done so we can't touch it anymore. And then everything will break. So instead of, oops, go back, please. How do I, there we go. So I'm going to change this to a safe unordered map. I think it's safe unordered map, no underscores. Okay. So we initialize zone data. That's all well and good. That can be done, blah, blah, blah. It's initialized with stuff. And then, when we're all done reading the map, we gotta lock it. So, I don't know where that would be, but we definitely have to lock it at some point after we've, like, kind of messed with it. So I can see we are iterating through zone data. So I'd say right here or something is when we would do the set initialized, because it looks like we're pretty much done touching the data structure at this point. Okay. So this is going to force it to error out if we try to modify it from here on out, at least in theory. So now that I've done this, we get to jump back and say, okay, so get zones for the current level is different than get zones for any generic level, right? We still use the map key thing. That's fine. It's no longer an unordered map, though. Now it's a safe unordered map. So we can change this a little bit to be to return a safe unordered map. And then instead of get zones, get current level, now we specifically return the zone list. Or we can be more specific. So instead of being confused with like get zones and get zones with a stage name, how about we call this get active zones for current stage? I think I like this a whole lot better because for one, it's telling us, okay, this is gonna do something really different. Returns the active zones in the current stage. This is like originally populated. populated by the zone data inside of the stage's map data. I think this is going to make it a lot more clear what we were actually going for here. And notice I didn't actually do a refactor, like a rename of this variable or function. I actually went ahead and just completely manually did it because I want to go through each instance of get zones with this call and replace it myself. So we're no longer using unordered map. We're now using safe unordered map, like so. And zone data is still going to return that, I think. Yes. So that's fine. Is this an error? Namespace standard? Oh, that's probably just IntelliSense catching up. So I like that. That's good. So add zone to current map now goes back to zone list. At least that's what we originally had, right? Yeah. So now this modifies zone list again. So I will undo these changes. That's fine. Okay. And, well, I don't like the string view thing still. It still makes sense to me to do a string ref instead of doing a cast or a conversion to a string. I still didn't like that, so I'm going back to this. I will replace the pushback with an emplaceback. And... okay, so I'm happy with this. Zone list is undefined. We have to bring that back. So that was... let me see. We're not bringing the string view back. I don't know where zone list was before, but let's look in here. It was definitely in here before, at least I'm pretty sure. It would have been a deletion. Where are the deletions? There it is. So I'm gonna bring zone list back. And it's it's not a standard unordered map anymore. Now it's a safe unordered map. Like so. And then we're gonna have to go back to other uses or other calls of this and see where it is. So let's just compile and let's go find all the places where we called this, because it's now called get active zones for current stage on purpose. That way I know, okay, we're not retrieving the active zone list, we're only retrieving the theoretical zone list for the stage, like the starting zone list. So yeah. Making a distinction, I might even call this add active zone to current map. I think make this concept of active zone is probably like, I like this concept. I like calling them the active zones, because then to me in my head, I'm like, all right, active zones means these are what we're currently dealing with versus just zones in general is just a list of zones. They're not necessarily active. So I like this idea of distinguishing between an active zone and a normal zone. I think it makes it more clear what is going on with my code that way than before, where I just had everything be a zone and I was accessing two lists and I wasn't sure why. It was very unclear when we were first looking at this code what we were even trying to do. And this is a very old code, so it makes sense that this was kind of mushed together and just spit out, because at the time it's like write code, write code, write code, right? Back then. We're looking at probably 2+ years later and we're like, hey, hold on a moment, this could be better. So I will change this. I'm going to rename it now. Let's call it add active zone to current map. This makes it very clear what this function is doing, what it's used for. It's not just used to add a zone. It's not quite right. So get zones does not take 0 arguments. So this is what I was hoping for. We would have now a bunch of errors for any place that originally used this, because now we can be more explicit about, okay, what are we actually trying to use here? So we want, in this case, get active zones, right? That should be a function now, in theory. Get active zones for current stage. Yeah, I made it pretty verbose, but I did that on purpose. Maybe I should say current map. We don't really use the word stage. So to be more consistent with my other variable names, I'm going to change it from stage to map. The only place where we use the word stage is for the level display name in the overworld map itself. But here, since we usually use the word map in all of our variable names in all of our code, I think this makes more sense. So I'm going with that. Then we have another one in line 1066. So yes, this all has changed now as well. Get active zones for current stage, and we're getting specifically the end zone. And this is not a safe map as far as I'm aware. If it is, let me see. It is a safe unordered map, but do we lock it? I don't think we should lock it. But maybe we should. Maybe for safety, that's what we should be doing. I like that idea. So the whole reason to use a safe unordered map is so that we can lock it when we're done writing data, so we don't accidentally find ourselves writing back to it. So maybe that's actually a good idea. Okay, let me think about that. So when we do add zone to current map, we would be adding to zone list, but it's a safe unordered map. So first we would unlock it. So zone list. Also, it looks like it can't find zone list. Yeah, like it's undefined still. I did add it back in, right? Yeah, I think it's just IntelliSense not catching up with us. But we know it's there. Anyway, under safe unordered map, we have a function called unlock, I believe. And the unlock function should make it so this is now writable again. And we can go look inside the safe unordered map header. We don't want to reset. It looks like it doesn't exist. I have an unlock for the safe map, but not the safe unordered map. Probably because I didn't need it up to this point. So let's just add it in. Unlocks the map items can be added to it. Again, use with caution and make sure to lock the map again. So, yeah, like it says, add something into it and then lock it back up. So we just do zone list, set initialized again. That way we're making sure we're only adding stuff to it when we actually want to. We have to do it through this specific function because it actually does it properly. If we have other places where we try to use the array syntax and we accidentally add a new map key, or zone key in this case, then it's going to error out. It looks like there's another check in here where all the zone types have to already be defined, otherwise it just breaks as well. So that's also interesting. But yeah, now that we've done that, we need to find a place to lock it initially. So I'm thinking somewhere in prepare levels, right when we load them all, right? Like that's the best time for it, I think. So here, prepare level. The first step is we copy everything over from zone data into zone list. I have a feeling this is the time when we would set it. If we have to set it again somewhere else, then I presume it would probably be after we like do some map formatting stuff. But for now, I think we just start with it how it is. Now let me go down here. It looks like there's another error. Oh, that's just that. Well, let's rebuild and see where we're at. There's still probably a lot more we have to do. But we're probably getting closer at this point. I guess we'll see. Warnings, warnings, warnings. And it's not like we used much of them. Like, we didn't really use this in a lot of places. Most of it was just related to initializing, setting up the end zones, and loading things. So, we don't really touch it after that. So there's probably not many more errors to go through after we've gone through all these. So, let's see here. Identifier not found for get active zones for current stage. So we did change the name. So these two didn't make the cut when we originally changed it. And when I saw this, I was thinking, oh, I wanted to use the bracket syntax. But I realized that we might be accidentally writing, so I want to use this feature of the safe unordered map to make sure we weren't writing extra data into it that we were not supposed to. So that kind of fixes it. Okay. Let's keep going. There's still more. Get zones function does not take zero arguments. So yeah, all these zero argument get zones are going away now. To be replaced with something more explicit. So we're putting it's get active zones for current map. Yes, and because it's a safe unordered map, we can expect that this should be a very safe operation to do. So I am going to switch to that. And we can keep going. There's one for minimap next. And you know what's funny is this get zones used to use string views that converted to strings, which I have a suspicion costed quite a few cycles converting them to strings every time. So I'm kind of glad we're going through and fixing that as well, because I was rather annoyed that that was actually a thing. And I really didn't like that. But yeah, stock count should be fine. And again, I can use this syntax. That should work just perfectly fine. What else do we gotta fix? No operator found an item drop for this. Let's see. Object has type qualifiers not compatible with the member function. Safe unordered map count. Object type is const safe unordered map. Is count not a const function? It's not. I feel like count should be a const function. It doesn't modify anything. So let's make it const. And that should be happy. That is a header modification, so it will redo basically everything. Is the const for normal map also, or count? Yes. Count should be a const function. So I'm going to go ahead and add const to the ordered map count function as well, as it doesn't make sense for count to not be const. We always want const correctness. And unfortunately, in C++, you have to be pretty verbose for const correctness. Like, I've seen mentions of like how const correctness should be like enforced, and it should be the other way around, where you explicitly say that something is non-const, or I guess is immutable. I don't know if that's quite the right word, but non-const should, or const might want to be like the default. It should be like the opposite way, but who knows, right? I think that puts up a harder barrier with using the language, and that's probably why it wasn't done as the default to begin with, but who knows, right? This is binary open bracket, no operator found. There's no acceptable conversion for const. Is it const? I don't think it's const. Well, get active zones is, right? Let me see. I don't think the function is const. Let's see. Could be safe unordered map operator T with standard vector, standard string. Cannot convert this pointer from const to non-const ref. I'm guessing that's because it's trying to do as a filter view. I'm guessing it needs to convert it, so it needs to be... It needs to return a non-const ref. I'm guessing that's what's happening here. I'm not entirely sure, but I just remember trying to use, like, views and ranges. There seems to be some mutability to internally to where you can't have it be const. So I have a feeling that I need to provide a version of this that is non-const for it to actually compile. Because it does say conversion loses qualifiers, so it's essentially trying to do non-const to the safe and ordered map. So maybe that's what we have to do. I just remember the other day we were trying to make it work with const and it wasn't working. It wouldn't budge. And then we read somewhere that it has ranges and views have some kind of state internally, so they naturally can't be non-const. So we're back to item drop for, I guess, the same reason. Let me see. Or a different reason. No operands match for argument number 1 does not match parameter. No operator found which takes a left-hand operand of type const safe unordered map. Or there's no acceptable conversion. So it has to be non-const? Like, oh, this returns const. But this doesn't return const, does it? Can we provide a version that returns const? Maybe that's the issue, right? Because right now we have this operator, but it returns non-const. So can we return a version that is const? But then again, this operator internally for a map, or in this case an unordered map, still is writable. So we would have to use the @ operator. Good evening. How goes the debugging and optimizing? Well, it's going pretty well. We're once again solving deeper problems than we initially expected, as we always do. Programming's always a journey like that, but at the same time, we're basically finding quite a few things that looked odd, at least in old code, and we're tidying them up. This is code we're modifying from maybe like 2 years back or so. And so we're finally addressing some of it to where it's just cleaner or easier to use. But it looks like we want like a const version of this here. So I think if we provide a const version here, then this can compile with that and use it instead, but we have to use actual const variables now. So we obviously can't insert into a key with a const version, so that's not going to happen. So that means all that's left is, if we're initialized, we just always return items.at, map.at, and hope it exists, otherwise it just crashes. Like so. And I think that would be a const version of this operator. I don't know how useful it would be, but making it exist would fix that particular error, at least in theory. I'm a bit unclear about constness. Constness is a bit tricky. If you make a function const, it means the internal state of the object and anything objects within cannot be modified. If you're just returning a const object, then that means that object cannot be modified. So there's something called const correctness that comes up in C++, and const correctness is this idea of only the functions that have to modify member variables should be non-const. But the default for all function members is to be non-const. So we add const to functions to basically lock down which functions can only read and which functions can write or modify state. So if you enforce const correctness in your program very early on, you'll notice that a lot of functions that you try to use in static analysis, your compiler will tell you, hey, you can't do that because this function is const, so you can't change state internally. But it kind of cascades, which is the big challenge of this. If you have functions that are const, then all functions inside of it also must be const, because you can't ever have functions that change state inside a non-state changing function. So it's very tricky to use correctly if you don't have an API, especially that initially is designed with const correctness in mind. And that's usually where people use constcast. Constcast is this idea of if something was non-const before, you can make it const, and then it will just tell the compiler, hey, this is technically const, so any rules regarding const correctness now apply to it. But you also have to be really careful, because if you use something that the compiler thinks is const as non-const, like you try to go the other way, you run into issues, because the compiler usually tries to optimize const variables, because it might make assumptions with the constness of it. If you try to const cast something to be non-const, you might break everything. So you have to be very careful of that too. Yeah, the cascading is very tricky, and there are some times where I've tried to implement const correctness, and then I realized some functions inside of it actually modified state that I didn't realize, and I'm like, well, now I just can't do const in the function at all, even though I really wanted to be const. It just makes you realize that, like, internally there's more state being modified than you originally thought there was. So here, first is not a member of standard vector. Okay, so this is a result of us now iterating through zone data, which returns a vector of zone data. Or actually, it returns a vector of zone data. So this is now... This is interesting. Okay, so the first is now a... Well, zone set is now a vector of zone data. So we iterate through all those to find... Because originally this returned key, comma... This originally returned key, comma, map pairs. So we just said, okay, look at what the key is. But now it's returning a vector of zone data. And zone data is a... What is zone data? I think zone data is a map itself. Yes, it's a map. So we have to iterate through... No. This is a map, but internally it's a vector. It's gonna iterate as a vector. And that returns a vector of zone data, which is a list of all the maps that are... Well, this lambda is called get upper zones. So initially, this is just a map of all the zones, and the second value was part of map. I'm a little confused what this is doing. Let's see if we can get some context here. So we basically have to see if the zone data has a key called upper zone. So what we're talking about when we say zones, and there's only a few maps in the game that do this, is, let's look at 1-1. If we look at here, there is a rectangle here, an area outlined called upper zone, and I think it falls under the transition layer. No, let me see here. Yes, it is in the transition layer. So if we look closely, it might be locked too. It is locked. So if I unlock it for a second, this is the upper zone. So when we talk about a zone, this is what it looks like. It's a rectangular region that we define on the map. So what we're essentially looking for or saying is, if the key name for this zone is upper zone, then we are going to return, I guess in this case, it was originally the, I want to say it was the rectangle, but maybe it wasn't. Let me see. Because again, a zone data, right? You want to load or you want to pop up? Has a zone inside. So it's got a rectangle, it's got a boolean, and it's got a tag filled with properties inside of it. But regardless, we wanted to return that data. So essentially, zone data contains all the zones that are in that map. So we're going to now call this a zone, and we're going to say if zone, so first was originally a key to a particular zone tag. So now it's a little different because now it's just a vector. So it's like, okay, well, if we're now iterating through this as a vector, it's going to be a little more tricky because we have to iterate through all the zone data inside of it to find any and all zones, I guess. But they are split up by keys. Okay, that's the thing. This is the tricky part, is these are split up by keys. So we actually have to iterate through all the keys to find this, not all the elements. So I didn't write any syntax for that. Like, we can't iterate through the keys of a safe and ordered map, actually. We would have to write something just for that. So let me think about this for a second. I guess we can do something very similar to my config file, which is get keys. I like that concept, and I think I can use it. So we're gonna return, let's see. I'm starting to think, what if we returned a view? That might be interesting, right? As long as we can utilize it, I think that could work. So let's say auto. I'm just gonna write iterate map. So this is interesting. We can return a view that grabs all these elements and returns the item inside of them. It would be like, I guess it would be like an accumulator, if you will. Like, I could use accumulate here. I think that might be a good idea. Maybe I won't do a view then, but I definitely want something that compiles all of it together. Yes, until it bites us, right? But I'm just trying to think here. It would be like, it wouldn't be a filter view this time. It would be like a conversion. Let me see if I could find something that is kind of like that. because I'm pretty sure one exists. And so let's see here. A transform view? A view of a sequence that applies a transformation function to each element. Okay, so what I kind of want to do is transform them. Like here, the example shows rot13 cppreference.com as input for each in. So it's doing like a standard ranges for each, and it provides the input, and then standard views transform, and it does rot13, which apparently says if the character is greater than or equal to A and less than or equal to Z, return rot13A, which I assume is going to make it like some other character. Let me see here. So yeah, it looks like it does just call that function and you return something. So in our case, we would say this is the input and we're outputting whatever item is in that map index. Yeah, that's cool. It's like a little random encryption thing. It's converting it somehow. I didn't really understand how it was converting it, but it did some funny math, which, yeah, it does look like encryption now that you mention it. So iterate map. So what I want to do is I want to return the map view itself, but we need to provide like a range, right? So we're gonna do the pipe syntax, and then we do standard views transform, and so it will accept a function that transforms every element via a lambda into something else. So in this case, we're accepting, it looks, I guess this will return a pair because that is what the element of each item in a map is. So it'll be, I'm assuming, standard pair t comma int reference map pair, and then we're going to return items map pair dot second, like that. And we're gonna need to also, let's see, so it doesn't like this. No operator matches these operands. Really? It doesn't like that? I assume it would, but I assume it would take something like items, right? If we had that. Or maybe IntelliSense isn't caught up. I don't know. Or maybe we need the actual include. I don't think we've included ranges yet, and I think we need ranges for this. Yes, so let's include that first. Maybe that's why it's undefined. Okay. That does make this valid. Well, I say valid as in it's now kind of recognized. So null operator matches these operands. Range closure, standard ranges views transform function. I guess it doesn't like the pair. Does not match because argument number 1 does not match a parameter. Let me see. I presumably thought it was a pair, but it might actually be like... I could try an auto. I don't know if auto will work here, but let's presume it does. And then items itself. This cannot be referenced in a function unless it's in a capture list, so I will reference this in the capture. And in theory, that's what we're looking for. Do you need to name the items in the lambda? Well, apparently this has to be in the lambda, so at the very least that, and hopefully that's gonna be enough, maybe? I'm just gonna try building and seeing what else it complains about. Yeah, so if you specify this, it's basically the this object. Any variables that are local to wherever this lambda was created will be available. If you only want a specific variable, you can specify it in here too. If you put the ampersand in front, it will be a capture by reference, which means if the lifetime of that variable ends before this lambda ends, then you're in trouble. But you can also do a copy by not including the ampersand. Like if you had if you just had the map or items variable here, and you're like, I only want to include items, this would be by reference, or you can remove that to make the capture copy of by value. Actually, I think sometimes you need the equal sign. You need the equal sign if you want to assign it to another variable. Like if you want to call it IT in here instead of items, you can do that. And now it's called IT instead of items inside of there. So that's like the very brief overview of how to use captures. Equals means I'm trying to think what that means. I think equals means copy everything by value. Or copy everything by value. I typically don't use it because that's typically very expensive. So there's a syntax error here. Oh yeah, we're not done, are we? Well, let's fix that. Or let's try to fix that. It really is, yeah. It's fun to explore though, for sure. I'm glad you're learning something. That's awesome. Okay, so we've made that modification. So what I want to do now is try to utilize it. So instead of iterating through zone data, I'm going to try iterating through the iterate map. And what it's going to do is it's going to return a range now that is that view. So it's like a vector still. It looks like it just kind of works. So in theory, now that I have that, well, actually, what was the point of that? Because great, I made an iterator of a map that returns the items, but I literally just did what I originally wanted to do here, not... I want the actual keys, don't I? I guess I want to iterate through... I want it to return a pair that contains the map key to the item. I guess that's really what I want. I don't want the item inside because we already have that. So I didn't quite get what I wanted out of this. So let's say we instead return a standard pair of TO. So we're basically linking the map, which has the index, to the item's vector itself. So this will now return map pair.first, and it'll still return items map pair of, well, items of index map pair.second. That would be much more useful. Yeah, because I want to know what the key is, and I think this is the best way to return it. Pretend it actually is a map under the hood, even though it's actually separated by map and items. So now we're back here, and this means something else. It's now a standard pair of standard string and standard vector zone data. Okay, so now we iterate through everything that is of key. So I actually want to filter this for only first keys that have upper zone in it. Because this is technically not a map right now. This is just a key. So I want to say, take a view of this. Standard views, filter view. And I only want any key that is equal to upper zone in this case. So this would be taking the standard pair of, in this case, it's, I think, a string. Standard string comma, standard vector zone data. I could probably just auto this too, but I want to try to be explicit where I can so I understand what I'm actually doing here. And that's a ref. This is the pair, and we're going to return if pair first is equal to upper zone. So that should give us only the keys, or key in this case, that is called upper zone. There should only be one in theory. So instead of filter, I guess we could do... There's another one called single view. A view that contains a single element of a specified value. It says... produces a view that contains exactly one element of a specified value. You would have to actually make it check for that equality though. So I think a filter view would be better in theory. So that's what I'm thinking. That's the idea anyway. So then we know this is only upper zone stuff. So then what are we returning from here? Because we end up with a vector of zone data. I guess we just return that, because otherwise we return blank. So just return it. Return zone dot second. Because now we know for sure that's what that does. So in theory, this is what we want. This is like how we laid it out. Now, whether it actually works is another question, because I think... I don't even know if we include ranges. We do include ranges. So there is that. I think that's the only header we would need. So there must be something wrong with it. But let's take a look. Once everything compiles. And if all this doesn't work, instead of filter views, I guess we would have to write something using more standard algorithms. So I think this is where we just were. Oh wow. It's saying it could be a lot of things, so maybe we have to be explicit. Let me see. This is line 2372, so that's exactly where we're at. And it says it could be a bunch of different things. So that's not good, because it doesn't know which one it could be. Because I'm looking at the auto, and it's saying it's a map name int, which I'm like, well, that's definitely not what it is. So we have to be very explicit about this. Which is fine. I guess this wants to be a standard pair. Like, I already wrote it out here. So in theory, I just write it out again. Each one of these is going to be a standard pair, standard string, standard vector of zone data. Like, that's what should be coming out of it. So it should be able to recognize that much. And maybe that'll hint to the template engine or whatever that this is exactly the type of data we're interested in. So now, cannot convert. Let me see. It looks like that might have fixed that, so that's good. Which means we might be on the right track to actually making the view work the way we intended. So let's look at another location now, because we have to do this a couple more times, and maybe we can tidy up this syntax. If we like this, we might need to tidy this up now. So we'll see. I didn't even know you could look at all the things auto might be. That's a nice thing. Well, I mean, it's the compiler that starts complaining about all this. This feature got added in MSVC probably like a year or so ago. It's like a template problem explorer, I guess, where it tries to tell you what is going on with the templating engine. It says, okay, the templating engine is trying to do this and use this conversion and this, and you can follow it. It's like a a stack trace of the template engine, which makes it really nice for debugging template errors, which has become a very big staple of C++ lately. It's still very confusing because all C++ error messages are cryptic, right? But it is very helpful indeed, because at least it'll let you know, hey, this is ambiguous, or it doesn't know what's going on, blah blah blah. Okay, so this just wants to get zones. Alright, so that's easy enough. This is just supposed to be a safe, unordered map. It's not standard, though. I have to remove that. And that should fix all that. Okay, let's rebuild. Probably still got quite a ways to go. See what's next. Alright, we got something in TMX parser. Well, that's gonna be fun. Cannot convert from... Oh, I see. So this has to become a safe unordered map. I just have a lot of missing conversions when I change this over to my safe unordered map. And I probably have to do the same up here with what is it? I think it was just get zones before. Get zones. I changed that already. Where's the other one? Get zones. There it is. So I had to change that one too. It's not standard. Rebuild. The more you learn. The more we try to... The more complex we try to get with C++ every day, the farther we stray from the light. It's wild. Okay. We're just too deep in the rabbit hole at this point. Alright, what's next? What else you got for me, C++? Line 2372. What are we doing? Is this the same one? It is the same one. So it still doesn't like it. It's just unsure. There's no acceptable conversion. You know what? I think I know what's going on. This is probably already considered a view, so probably doesn't know... I don't think you can filter a view. I think you would have to start over or something. Like, what would be more useful as a return? The actual data structure or the actual views themselves? Like, I'm not sure, right? Like, I kind of thought you could chain together. Like, you can. I see it down here, actually. It's like, you can chain views together. So I don't know why I can't chain this view to that view. Maybe it's because iterate map doesn't know what to return. Because again, it's doing that map name int thing. So I kind of have to be explicit with the type somehow. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that, because my only option is to probably... if I'm gonna hint it to the compiler, I'm gonna have to, like, cast it or something. I'm gonna have to cast it to standard ranges, transform view, standard ranges ref view of a whatever the type is. Which in this case is this, so... Maybe that's what I'm gonna have to do? Like, in here, it's auto-deduced, but it's auto-deduced to the wrong thing, so... I don't know if there's a better way for me to hint that this is exactly what I need. Maybe if I can provide the return type of this initially, maybe that would help? Let me see. So instead of just making this ambiguous, I'm going to be explicit about the return type here and say it is this, in hopes maybe that helps. I don't know if it will, but I'm hoping. Maybe that's just enough to tell the compiler what we're trying to do. Because so far, it's like, if I'm feeding zone data into here, then I feel like it should know that map is of type key string standard vector zone data. I feel like it should know at least that much about the types. Unless I put more autos. What if I just put more autos? Because it might go the other way too. Maybe if I'm explicit out here, then... Because I'm kind of making assumptions right now. Like, I'm forcing this to be a pair. Maybe I don't want this to be a pair. I just want it to be auto. And then tell it, hey, this is what I want from this. But at the same time, this is exactly what I need. I needed to feed a pair into here. Maybe it doesn't know how to convert this. Like, is this not a pair? I want to say it is. Let me look. I'm pretty sure I've done this before. Let's have a peek. So, when I am trying to, I guess, dissect a map from a lambda function and I'm iterating through it, like let's say I do a standard for each for a regular map. Let's just do standard map, right? Of int and standard string. Map, numbers. And I put in here, what? 1, comma, string 1, comma, 2, comma, string 2, right? So on and so forth. However many of these I want. And when I reference these, if I do like a standard for each, then I'm essentially providing pairs, and usually when I do this, it's fine. I don't think I've ever had an issue doing this. Number, and let's just say each of these gets outputted. Only the second value gets outputted. So we should see 1 and then 2. Or maybe, yeah, 1 and then 2, because I think they are ordered alphanumerically. Well, by ASCII code, which should work. Need to put numbers in the first argument. And I think we're okay, maybe? I might have to specify the actual range, so it might be numbers that begin to numbers that end. Maybe? Okay. Let me try that. And it says, cannot convert from pair constant to pair int standard. Okay. So, let me see. I think it's forcing me to do const here. Is that right? Oh, maybe that's what I'm missing. Maybe I'm missing the const for it. And that's why I can't figure out what to do. Okay, that might actually explain it. I didn't think about that. Okay. So let's go back. And let's make this const. So when we iterate... Well, this one's already const. But maybe I have to... I didn't do it here, did I? So let's make this one const. That might be all we have to do. But I don't think this is const, is it? Well, it's gonna return const, maybe? Iterate map is definitely not const. So, I don't know. Let me see. Let's build this and see what happens. But this example is of very high complexity, so let's see. I'm still seeing that line here. Just, I'm singling it out on purpose. A non-const reference may only be bound to an L value. So yeah, it's technically not an L value anymore. Maybe it's saying it's not even a reference? I mean... It's technically a reference, but it's definitely not a const ref. Maybe I'm just gonna try this. Because I know a view is non-const. We already figured that out in the past, but it's still not liking it. Now it's saying cannot convert from standard pair basic string, comma, standard vector zone data to standard vector zone reference. Okay, so this can't be a reference anymore, which I guess is it's a little strange, but we're gonna go with it for now. Let's see what happens. And now the error's gone. Okay, so let's think about this for a second. When we grab a transform view, this is a theoretical object, but it's a view object. So we're not like copying anything at this point. We have a view of some set of data that we've transformed. That's all we've got. We've just got reference list. Then we filter it, a referenced list, and we are returned a filtered list of pairs. But the pairs going into it are just references. Like, in theory, even though this is a standard pair, this is like a view of a standard pair. So I guess we have to work with copied data because they're standard pair views, if we want to think of it that way. And then we're filtering them so we get another set of data with whatever standard pair views remain. And that's what goes here. And it has to be copied because they're already references. There's no reference to a reference to get. So maybe this is static analysis on a view object. I'm calling it a view object because I think they did that on purpose. You can't, like, these views have state and they store specifically views into other objects. So I think them forcing it to be non-const makes sense, if not a little confusing to think about. But so far it's working, so I'm gonna not touch it. And we'll see if it produces the right data later. Let's go back to fixing some more of these. There's a couple more places. It's probably just changing these to get active zones for current map. Some of these will be simple to change, some will not be. I will use the bracket syntax here now. It sounds right. But that's one thing about working with new code, is like, once we use it and once we get a working version of it, I always want to think about, okay, well, what does this mean then? How does this change my understanding of this concept, right? Because if we just use something, but we don't have an understanding of why we did what we did, then how are we going to use it in the future in a useful manner? So if we had some sort of mindset or thinking about, in this case, what range views were before, and now we have a different perspective on it or a different understanding, now we can adjust our thinking and mentality of what we originally thought and what is now happening and say, hey, okay, we have a new version of what we thought range views were. And that's the learning process, right? So, okay, I see here we have a very similar, I don't know if I want to call this a paradigm, but it's definitely a similar block of code where we're iterating through zone data, which again is a list of keys, key pairs. So we have the key plus but this time we're in unordered map territory again. So we would have to do essentially the same thing. So now my question becomes, if we're about to do this again, can we make a way to simplify this at least a little bit? That'll make it easy for us to, because this is a lot, right? Either a macro or some kind of function that will take all this and squeeze it down a little bit. Specifying the type, I'm not sure. We'll have to think about this for a second. Because we could make, like, a templated function out of this. We could make, like, a macro that accepts the type plus the variables. But, I don't know, it's tricky, right? It's like, if I can get, at least on this end, the filtered part of what key we're looking for, that would be great. But maybe that's telling me we might want to do that further into the structure. Like, okay, so we have iterate map, but what do we really use this for? We use it to filter out a particular key. So maybe we're looking up a certain key and returning that, right? So maybe instead of all this view stuff, we can go one step further now and say, call this like lookup key and provide a key name and maybe go from there. And we can also do maybe like key exists or something. I think this is more telling us that, hey, we need to build a function that directly does key stuff because that's actually what we care about. And then maybe getting the value afterward would be fine because we just index into it normally. So maybe that's ultimately what we're looking for. So I think we're starting to get a better picture of what we actually want to do with this. Is we don't really care about the view of the map, we actually care about the key. A certain key. So let's try that. Let's accept a type T of key. I guess it'll be const. And when we're given that key, we'll just return the item itself, right? So I'll do map at. But is this the same thing as just doing this? So what are we actually trying to do here? I guess we want to know. Like, this is a more complex version of just asking for, does a key exist, right? I guess that's really what we're looking for. Key exists. So we're saying map.count key. That's really what we care about. And we can make this Boolean, of course. I think that's fair. So bool. Key exists. This can be const. I really think that's all we care about, because once we know the key exists, okay, hey, just give me the value. We don't even need to iterate the map for everything, because I don't think we care about that. At least our use case hasn't been that. And this will drastically simplify everything. So even though we just made some really complex, fun thing, it turns out that's not really what we want, right? We only care about this upper zone. So why not look for the upper zone? So we'll just say if all this, map data, get current level, zone data, dot, in this case, key exists, and the key is upper zone. And if that's the case, then we just return that particular key. And that's it. We're done. Much simpler, right? And that's our actual use case. It's just trying to realize that was the tricky part. It really is, yeah. And then we have a default return if we can't find it. Realistically, I should put an else here so I understand this is the other statement, but either way, it will return that. So now we can go back to where we also found we needed this TMX parser and say, okay, so this is what we actually care about. We're again looking for upper zone and doing some stuff to it. So once again, we can do key exists, upper zone, and grabbing that information. So we say if key exists, Then we iterate through, let's see. Yeah. Parse map info, zone data, key exists, upper zone. Read all zones, do stuff. That should be equivalent code. We do have to put this instead, I think. Yes. And it wouldn't be dot second, it would just be upper zone right here as the key. I do have to be careful though, because set initialized is not done yet, so that might mean we're accessing a key that already exists. So I'm gonna move the lock up here, because if this upper zone key already exists, which actually we just proved the logic does, this is actually gonna crash because it's saying we're creating a new key for an we're creating a new object for an already existing key. So let's lock first, then accept it as a read instead. It's just the way safe maps work. So let's try build again. This is just how programming works, right? Sometimes you see a solution, you develop it, then when you're analyzing it more, you're like, oh, actually, there's a simpler solution, or there's a more correct solution, and then you just go from there. Like, in my opinion, no amount of effort is wasted effort, because you had to get to that path to figure out the other path in the first place. I remember when I was teaching programming to a couple folks, and I would notice this a lot for beginners, right? They would be so attached to whatever code they just wrote that they would comment it out, or they would, like, instead of rewriting the code, they would try to use bits and pieces of it everywhere. And I'm like, you need to we're doing something different now. You can't just keep all your code from before. Like, it's not wasted effort. This is your first attempt at it. Now you have a better solution. So you rewrite your code in a different way now. It's just part of the programming process. But I think when you're very brand new to programming, like, the amount of effort it took to reach a solution makes you want to hold on to it for so long. Like, it's kind of like your code gets a personality. You get attached to it and you don't want to let it go, right? Okay, so now we're on to another location. What is this for? It says overload member function not found. What? Overloaded member function not found. Do we have two? Or am I'm confused. What does that mean? Overloaded member function. That means we have two of this function somewhere? Let me see. One. I only see one. I don't know what's going on with that. Let me see. Unless let me see, declaration is non-const maybe? Or does it not exist? Get active zones for current map. Returns a const ref. And the function is const. Versus, oh, this function's not const. Okay. I'm going to make it const then. You're welcome. What about this one? Okay, maybe that's a cascaded error. Yeah. Okay. Back to more of this. So now, what is this? Overload member. Wait, that's the same error. We're not doing that. It just didn't change. Okay. Line 98. This is get active zones for current map. And I'm gonna change this out. Okay. Next. Alright. One in monster. Line 208. Same thing. Get active zones for current map. Switch to bracket syntax. Getting closer. Line 248 of monster. Again, same thing. All right. Okay, we have a couple more. Here we go. So this was unordered map before, now it's safe unordered map. It's also not standard. Oh, come on. Work with me here. And then there's one more way down here, I think. At least I saw. Somewhere around here. It's 1142. There it is. Get active zones for current map. Okay. My code is littered with commented out previous versions of parts. Yeah. If anything, the only code you would hold on to is whatever gets put in Git. So, yeah. It's okay though. It's just over time. It's something you learn, right? I think if you're learning a language though, having a visual like, oh, this is what the syntax looks like, this is what functions I have to use, like having to reference those all the time by having them like in comments everywhere is useful, I will admit. Having to memorize everything about language takes a very long time. Alright. Save unordered map. And then never mind once you get to a larger project where you have to memorize everything about everything you made. Like today we realize, oh, there's this whole weird idea of an active zone that I didn't even distinguish from all the other normal zones, so then I got more confused and I'm like, okay, let's change everything to fix that. It's like, I can't possibly remember everything about my project anymore. There's just too much going on. And we come back to my project with a very different perspective on how things should be done, making me needing to refactor a bunch. This one says this is not a member of AIL. Okay, I probably just forgot to add it. Let me go up there real quick. Let's go to get zones. There should be a declaration for this. Oh, header file. Like, there should be a declaration for this. Oh, I see. We changed it. So it's add active zone to current map, void. Okay, that should be defined now. So how are we doing? Well, we're definitely compiling further, so that's a good sign. Six errors. Let's see them. What are they gonna be? Our original goal was just to detect why story 1.1 was popping up in our map data ordered map. Look at what rabbit hole we're in now, dealing with zone lists and stuff. But I kind of like coming back to older code and being like, oh, this is actually the correct way we should be doing things now. Well, correct as in it's better for our project now compared to what we used to use. Add zone to current map is not a member of AIL. That's probably just old code I didn't fix. Let's take a look. Add zone to current map is now add active zone to current map. Just having to make that distinction there. Alright, our build succeeded. Woo! Alright. So, let's just go ahead and run it, and if we make it all the way through the map loading process, then that means there have been no... Oh, okay. Well, that ended pretty quick, but that would mean there would have been no writes to our safe unordered maps when there weren't supposed to be. So let's see here. So the error is... a previously set value has been overwritten. So this is what I was talking about. If something in the parser references a key again, like for a second time, then before it's been locked, we get this error where a previously set value has been overwritten. So we're gonna go look for that now. So here, we initialize these as zones, but I bet you there's a location later on that says, hey, access these and add stuff to it. So that's probably either earlier or later. Let me think. Why would it be... I didn't expect it to be here, to be honest. But I'm noticing... Let me see. Yeah, that is a little strange. It's like... if it's been defined here... Under initialized level. Okay, let's think about that for a second, because that's for assets/campaigns 1.4. That would be the first item to add to this map data. So technically, we're going in here. This is literally the beginning of this function. We just opened this file. We haven't even done anything yet, and we're saying this is already... written to? Let me see. So this map has upper zone and lower zone. So it already had these. So someplace else in our code, we've already defined these. So that tells us we know we've like messed up somewhere by defining these too early. So let me see what's in initialized level again. I mean, we didn't really get very far, but maybe when we initialize the map data? Okay, let's look at the constructor. I'm starting to have get a hunch it is the constructor of a map. So let's just take a look. There they are. That's it. So the constructor was initializing these even though we initialized them later. So that's fascinating. At least it tells us that we've kind of goofed somewhere. We've like reset them twice for no reason. Okay, let's try that again. So it is rather annoying to use the safe maps because you end up in these situations where you just want it to run, right? Like obviously as programmers we want to write things that work. But the whole idea behind these safe maps was we do things in a very explicit manner. We say we only want to write every value to a map one time. That way we establish its value exactly at some certain moment. And then we lock all the values and we say, nothing is going to touch this again. And so we end up in situations like this where it's like, oh, for some reason we've decided we're going to initialize this value multiple times. That's pretty dangerous because we don't know what the state of our variable is going to be in at the end of all this. So it's very annoying to use, but it's also a very good structure to use to make sure we're coding, I guess, correctly. I think I find that happens a lot with more stricter data structures. Yes, because it removes a lot of the chances of bugs popping up. which is the whole point, right? So, yeah. Okay, so here we got another one. Let's see what this one's about. We got previously set value overwritten, end zone. Okay. Let's take a look at that one. Okay, so we know we've defined like 4 basic zone types very early on in our structure. It was literally the first thing, right? Under TMX parser. So yeah, we did define end zone here, so we can't expect to actually construct it again. So we would have to do .at. If we've constructed all 4 that we expect here, then we're just going to change this to .at. Which means if it didn't exist already, it's going to scream at us that doesn't exist and we would have to initialize it. Which is absolutely fine. I think that's a perfect way to use it. And then we go from there. So I like this idea better because it means we say, hey, none of these will ever not be initialized, which is smart. We want to make sure that these exist in all cases because we're going to be looking for them later. And if they don't exist, it'll just error out, which would be bad. We don't want our game crashing in the middle of the game, so it's good that we're kind of explicitly initializing them like that. All right. Waiting. I was gonna say, like, with the amount of time it takes to compile, I almost have enough time to, like, eat a snack in between now. Or, like, make myself a cup of coffee or something, you know? I can, like, treat myself every time I have to rebuild. Project has gone that large. I also need to rerun unit tests at some point. I just need to get my game in a runnable state again, where it doesn't crash while loading. Okay, build succeeded. So now, what's next? What random thing are we gonna have to fix? Let's see. What's this one? Oh, this just has an invalid unordered map key. Trial clock. Oh, wow, this actually still exists? This is so old. So, in the earlier draft times of this game, we were thinking of having, like, each map have, like, a time trial system. So I think there's just one map with, like, a trial clock zone inside of it, where it's like, this is where you grab, like, or start the timer or something. So apparently that still exists. I'm just gonna add it here in case we ever implement it. I think that's funny. Okay. Incredible! My puzzle solver project for this month is just one file, and I'm irritated that it takes 12 seconds to compile. That's the one thing about C++ I've heard, though, is compile times get extremely long, especially if you're not careful with the templates. Template compiles can really add up, because every compilation unit that needs a version of the templated function has to recompile that template every single time, so then and everything's turning into templates, it adds up very quickly. It's like every time you use a different version of like standard format, you're creating a new templated version of that format function. And even in our case, we're using these safe maps. We're creating a new version of these maps every single time we have to use a different one. So it's like there's template compilation time, the analysis, the stack analysis, the compiler itself working, the linking. There's a lot that C++ has to do. I am including 2 specialist libraries. Oh yeah, Eigen 3. Yeah, and I assume a lot of libraries that are very feature complete will also have a lot of, especially if they're more modern, C++ libraries, like up to standards. They're probably going to utilize a lot of these features, which then ups compile times quite a bit. So this looks like, okay, now we have a key called focus area, which is another zone tag type. I guess, focus area. That's for, the intro map. So my question is, like, I'm thinking about this more now, right? Is it reasonable to continue to introduce all these in this file, knowing that every time I introduce one, I have to recompile it, right? It's like, well, let's also be real here. A map format change in the game is rather significant. It's not... It means that we have to do something very brand new, right? So I feel like I'm okay with recompiling what is essentially the critical map format of the game when we have to introduce something new, because I think it kind of forces me to be very thorough about how I handle it. So I feel like this is okay. If this was like... If this was me making a list of like monsters or something, I'd be like, definitely not, because that's going to change often. But for a map file format, it should be very strict. It should be very explicit in what we're doing. That way we know for sure, hey, this is what we're adding and changing. I kind of like that. It's kind of by accident, but I guess it's also by design. Because maps are extremely complicated, so if we decide to randomly like add stuff to it or features, we would expect that the map features we add to it would either be dramatic changes to the game or things that are going to introduce new features that we really need to pay attention to and make sure actually work. So I like the idea that I'm gonna have to do something very major in terms of code recompiling and adding an explicit line for new zone types just to accommodate for new map features. I think I like that. I like when you're designing your game project and you kind of just get to make all the like executive decisions of like, oh, I want this to be hard to modify, I want this to be easy to modify, I don't like this, I do like this. Oh, now we have the empty key. Now what is going on? Okay, what is this tag? It's an object with blank. Where's this from and why does it exist? I definitely don't think this is one to consider. But I want to know what has happened. Did it just stop? I did not do something to make it stop. Please do it again. Okay, and don't randomly stop. Alright, I need to go to here. I have to back out 1 or 2. Let me see. Maybe 3 call stacks. There we go. And this is file boss1v2. Huh, okay. I just want to look at that file. Let's see if we can spot this. Boss1v2. So we're looking for objects with no name. So I'm just gonna type object. Oh. They are objects with no names. So I feel like we shouldn't be entering that if statement if they have no names. Like, they're just not useful objects. Like, I don't even know what these are for. That's fascinating. What are these for? Boss1v2. They might just be like dummy. Okay, so it says 1 is at x29, y444. 29, which would be like right around here. 444 divided by 24 is like 20 something. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's just a blank object here. Okay, so apparently if we accidentally add blank objects that do nothing, they crash the game right now. Well, after we've modified our code to do this, so the question is, do I want it to crash when we detect stray objects, or do I want it to ignore them? Because, I mean, do I really want my map littered with random objects? Not really. So maybe crashing is a good... See, this is like the kind of stuff I get wrapped up in. It's like, so now I have to decide, do I like that or do I hate it, right? I think I'd rather know that there's like something that's invalid in my map than... Oh, I have to close the game. Rather than ignoring it. Because maybe the map developer intended for it to be something and forgot to name it, right? Like, that would be bad, because then it doesn't do anything you intended. That's my logic behind it. Well, logging would be good, but I think my issue with logging this is that the beginning, like loading everything, is already so messy. Like, there's so many messages, you probably wouldn't even notice it, to be honest. Unless there was a separate warning log, which then we could, like, spout out in your face, maybe? Maybe, like, when the game loads, either, like, maybe a message at the bottom of the screen says, like, X amount of warnings triggered. Like, I would just have to distinguish them. So, I don't really have that system yet. I'm just gonna say for now that maps that have invalid stuff should die. Should crash the game. Because it probably means we meant to do something else, and we didn't. So what is this? Same thing? Oh, lower bridge collision. Right, so another type. Which is fine. I can add that. Lower bridge collision. I think it's no spaces. Yeah. Well, that's its type, right? Okay, yeah, that's what we want. It's type. I'll think about that warning system, because I kind of like that idea, where it's like, okay, we finished running the game, it hasn't crashed, but maybe, like, there are certain points of interest that we want to address later. I would like the game to be able to either dump that somewhere or notify me somewhere. So, like, if we get to the title screen of my game, maybe at the bottom it says X warnings detected, Because the game is currently in admin mode. You can tell because the version number is red colored when I start it, which means I can run cheat commands and open the admin console. So there's already that distinguishing it. So if we're in admin mode, I wouldn't mind it also spitting out some like extra warning stuff. I don't think there's many unnamed ones because I'm pretty sure it just happens by accident, right? Because I don't actually write the levels. I have my level designer or my game designer do it, so he's usually pretty good about not just randomly putting stuff everywhere. Every once in a while, and it's kind of like a mini game, after he sends me levels, I try and see if there's any like tiles that are messed up. There's usually like one or two that I can find. It's kind of fun to find them. It's just like a tile that's like the wrong corner tile, or just a water tile that's actually a wall tile or something. Just funny. Okay, it sounds like we got further, so we're making progress, that's for sure. What would this one be? We're still parsing tags. This is hiding spot. Oh, this is for the boss, or a boss. So yeah, like I said, usually when we add a new tag type, it's for something that is, that has significant, like, gameplay changes to it. So it's good that each of these introduces a new line into here, because then it tells us, okay, here's everything we can expect, and nothing else. And I actually really like that. I feel like my computer's gonna scream at me. It's getting tired of compiling. It's like, stop it! You're literally changing one line of code over and over. Eternal question of what input you can trust and how to react if it's not as expected. Yes, very much so. It's like, it's just such a challenging question because there's no right answer. It depends on how strict you want to be, how lenient you can be, how long it takes to recompile your dang program if you change something. There can be all sorts of random factors. Maybe you just don't care. You're like, oh, I don't care if my map has a ton of random squares all over it. Who cares, right? They're harmless. It's like you as the project designer get to decide each of these specific little details. Oh? It's looking promising. As in, like, we're taking a long time to load everything, so it's looking promising. Okay, I've hit a breakpoint. So this is the breakpoint that originally started all of this mess. Because I think I realized, or I realized that the get zones here was not, like, this test actually started failing that I wrote, oh, eons ago. Because I changed one data structure and then realized that my naming convention was completely screwy. So maybe this still gets hit? Okay, so now we're back to the original problem. Trying to get non-existent key, stage 1-4. Okay, so why are we using the stage name instead of the map name? That's the next question, because this should be a map key. And map data has, well, map keys. So let me go, hello? Am I not in get zones, map data? All of these are the key names. So they're not the actual stage names that the connection points use. So why are we passing in stage 1-4? What is responsible for this? That's what we have to find out. Oh, because we're using get map name. That's why. So if we're testing this, we're doing we have to use key. Because get map name is like the original display name? Or is it? Hold on. So we've been trying to figure out this distinction. Like, does get map name return the key name or the display name? That's what I've been fighting myself with this whole time. Because we also have a get map display name, which I think is what I originally wanted that stage like 1-4 to be. So I don't think we have a display name variable though, but we do have, and this is what like started this whole charade, right? Is we have a getMap display name function and a getMap name function that both use the same variable. So why do we have both? What's the point? So I think I'm going to make a critical change here. For one, I'm not passing that string view in because I know it's going to get converted to a string when I pass it into a map. It always happens. I can never trust. And then I'm going to make it so getMap display name now explicitly is the stage name. So I'm actually going to change this to say this is now called the get map stage name. Because I am tired of that can't be good. If it's taking this long, I've done something wrong. I've experienced this before. Let me try that again. Okay. I think I was trying to rename string view. I'm pretty sure that's what was about to happen, because I saw down here, just briefly, the symbol said string view, so I'm like, Do your maps need an extra display name field? So, what this map uses what I call the, level names, which is this. So, like, campaign 4.2, 4.3, they're like IDs, right? So I guess if we wanted to really be explicit about, we could say get map ID or something. Name ID. I don't know what I would call this yet. But then, when we're playing the game, or as the game is starting up, we have these names. So these stage plates connect a visible, like, user-friendly name to a stage. So we specify a map, we specify a name, and then it's gonna say, okay, that map is now called stage 1-4. Like, in the game, that's its display name. Like, we have boss 1, story 1-3, stage 2-2, prairie, right? Like, all these different stage names that are visible in the game based on what they are, so the player's not like, well, what's a campaign _4_5, right? It looks a little funky. So, that's what we do. So essentially I have both pieces of data, but what I realized was that for some reason, at some point we changed the name from being those IDs to being the display names, and I'm like, well, why are we doing that? And then I found out that we're calling getMapName in here, and at some point in the code, we're going from that switch of using IDs to using the stage names. So this function is used for two different types of systems at different points of execution. And that's when I realized I need to fix this, because that is confusing and doesn't lend itself to good design. And I'm gonna make a new variable called, I'm just gonna call it the stage name now. So I'm changing this to be getMap stage name. And we're gonna keep getMap name, which is gonna be the map key. So maybe I should change that too to like getMap key, just so I can be more explicit, because I don't know if I'll remember that. We're gonna change it. GetMap key. Key name. I like key name. Okay, let me see if all these are legit. I think they are. Okay. Yes, they all look legit to me, so I'm gonna go ahead and run with it. Yeah, so this is what I meant earlier about how we're digging through some like really old code. It's like, I had so many questions when I was coming back to review this, because I'm like, something is just not right. Something just doesn't make any sense with this. And same with the zone stuff. We had 2 lists of zones, and I was wondering, why are we not just using the zones when we first load them in? And then I found out that the other structure I made was actually for what we're calling active zones now. Also, I don't know what happened here. Something bad happened there. What is this? I'm just staring at it, I'm like, that's not code. But yeah, once I realized what it was for, I'm like, oh, I just suck at naming things. They're basically active zones. Map stage name, get layers. Somehow this got shifted over. I need to find out what key combination or what I'm pressing to cause this. This isn't the first time today this has happened. And it's worrying me because I keep doing it. I must be pressing something by accident. Name sounds sensible for the map name. Yeah. Just, I want to distinguish it enough so I don't get confused by it anymore. Because, like, I don't know, it's just very annoying to have to deal with, like, all these different things. So I'm gonna adjust this real quick. It's getting dark. Anyway. So now that I've done that, I'm gonna have to come back here for a couple more little changes. So we definitely want to use key name here, and we want to use display name here, but right now we're using key name for both the display name and the key name at different times. So I need to populate the display name variable now. And that happens in the connection point stuff in initialize level. So let's go back to here. And down here, we have our connection point loops somewhere. Oh, excuse me. Initialize levels. It's like plural. Okay. So right here is where we establish the normal name, but that's not actually correct. We want to establish the display name here. At least in theory we do. Because what I noticed was the connection point already had the raw name, so setting that here made sense. But then cp.name, like, I think I was breakpointing here to try to figure out what this actually meant. So maybe I should breakpoint there again so we can figure that out real quick. Let me just add the display name member real quick. I don't know what I just changed or what I am changing. Oh. I'm just in a different world. Okay. Name in TMX parser? No. In map? Here we go. So I'm gonna go ahead and add am I calling this stage name? Yes. Okay. So I'm just gonna do that, and I'm gonna let the game run because I need to see currently what is about to be set here. Because I think this is going to be the actual ID. Like cp.map I know is the ID. I think cp.name is the stage name. So I think this is where the flip occurs when it's not supposed to. And hopefully that will fix it. One can hope, right? Oh man. It's funny because I really wanted to get to profiling the inventory fixing today, but that's clearly not happening yet. So who knows if we get to tonight. We do have a slightly longer programming day today. Oh my god. Okay. Oh. Get map stage name is not a member of map. Right, it probably just didn't change it in up there, so I need to go do that. Let's see here. Get map stage name instead of display name. Yeah, you can even see here, there's a function called getDevCompletionTime, which never gets used, by the way. It just exists. But in theory, if we had that time clock mechanic implemented, that is what function would be used. And then stage name, undeclared identifier. I'm pretty sure I got that already. Maybe in the wrong class? No, that's right. Maybe it was just a cascaded error. Although, as I edit this file more and more, I'm very tempted to split this actually into 2 files now, so I can stop recompiling this file every time. That would be nice. Like, yes, I have to recompile in what I just did, but like, when I just have to edit the implementations, the problem with having like a single header file set up like this is that if you change one thing, everything that uses it recompiles. So, yeah. It's something I've been thinking about. Anything to help reduce compile times would be nice. There's just so many things to work on for project stuff. Get map display name is not a member of map. I thought I addressed this. I guess it didn't get everything. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, I guess it didn't get everything. I guess that's a macro, so it makes sense. Get map stage name. Any others? Yeah, there's a couple here. Let's go find them. Get map stage name. Further down, same thing. So here we have get current map display name. Again, I want to be consistent here. Let's just change every display name thing to stage name so we're not getting confused. And these are the uses of it, which... that's fine. And then... got one here. Then we got some in test. Here. And here. Okay. Hopefully we're compiling now. Or compiled, I guess I should say. I also still have to address this note, so... one thing I wrote here was, for that pre-caching system, I didn't consider the locally generated files. Let's say in theory that I have to delete the asset pack to add a new image in. I don't want to have to wait for all the maps to regenerate themselves again, because technically none of the maps have changed. So what I would like to do is make it so not only does it regenerate only stuff that has changed, but also if it has to regenerate a map, first check our local files to see if there's already a version of it that exists. Like, if we already have a locally cached version, when it has to restore it, use that instead. I guess my only issue is how do we detect that it was made for... I guess, okay, so if the pre-cache date that we have from before and after are the same, but for some reason the resource pack doesn't have that file, that's when we copy over. But if the dates are different, we're going to regenerate no matter what, because we assume the local copy is out of date. Okay, so yes, I was right about this. cp.name is the actual stage name. cp.map is the map name ID. So this is what's responsible for causing the name variable shift at this point in time. Because originally cp.name is set to... oh, I might be wrong about that. I'm looking... oh wait, no, not cp.name. Originally map data, whatever ID we're looking at, in this case, campaign 1.1, originally index 6 has a name of campaign 1.1. So we're gonna preserve that now instead of overwriting it. But at this point in time in the initialization code, it takes the stage display name and replaces name with it, which is where all future calls to get map name are the same as the quote-unquote display name. Which I guess I was either too lazy to separate or didn't care to separate, and just wrote all my code assuming we were never going to have the regular map name ever again. So now we can distinguish that. The name has already been set, so all we're going to do now is overwrite the stage name with this. Or in this case, set it. And that should fix everything. So now we know what we're referring to between the map key name and the map stage name. It's been made very clear now. It's very easy to see what we're doing. And from here, we can have no more errors. At least I hope not. In regards to the zone stuff. Because that was a big struggle point. And if all this works, we're going to do a git commit finally. That was a lot of fixing. Yay! Just waiting, waiting, waiting. Hopefully Okay, so we got through initialization miraculously after all that, right? So it does detect that we've changed some maps, so that makes sense. Alright. So what I need to do now is reactivate that bug we found the other day. So the bug, and why we switched to a safe map, is that when we go into a story, it adds story 1.1 to the map data, which it really shouldn't do. So this error should be about that. It really shouldn't be doing that. So now we get to notice where it is because it asserts it. And so there it is. It's this array syntax right here. And it says, again, trying to get non-existent key, story 1.1. And now we have a where it's coming from. So we get to fix this. So yeah, this makes an assumption that this existed. Obviously it doesn't exist, so it crashes. But when we weren't using a safe map, this was just creating a whole new key. So most of the time you would use .at to be safe, but with the safe map we can use that syntax and it'll actually tell us we're having an issue. So now, let's figure out why this is even happening. So this is the enter button when we click it, or in this case, when we enter a level, then that code is going to execute, whether it's a story or not. So I guess next we have to say, okay, if you're a story, we're not going to add you to this. I guess more specifically, we need to make sure the type is a dungeon or a boss, because those are levels that we care about. Because we're looking for this variable, so it's more like we have to see if the key exists, right? If the key doesn't exist, then there's definitely not going to be a skip loadout screen key or member for sure. So I guess that's the route we're taking. I recently added this, so I guess I get to use it now. So if key exists, but now I'm thinking about this. Shouldn't count be doing what key exists does, right? Like, that's how we would traditionally use it in a map. We would use count or contains also. So we have contains, but we also have count. Count should be, yeah. So do we technically already have this function too and we just never realized? I guess we did. I just wasn't thinking. So if I delete this, we could just use count in place of key exists. And we also have contains if we need to search for a specific object in the vector. Okay. So we just say if count and skip loadout screen. Okay. Now let's fix the other two places I used key exists. Since I switched all that over and didn't realize it. I guess I was just overthinking it at the time, right? That's generally what happened. My train of thought was to go through all that, so I guess that's fair. But that's what count is for. Count does the exact same thing. So yeah, line 2372, that's where we did use one. We can now exchange that again for count. And the other one, I think, is in... It's like in a boss, I'm pretty sure. Hopefully it pops up soon. But yeah, just something I realize now after what? It's been like 2 hours since we implemented that and went through all of that thinking process. Go ahead. Programming really is a wild ride. Oh, we have to change TMX parser again. Of course we do. Alright, count. I mean, that's very fair. Hopefully for the last time, right? Now that we've pretty much resolved most of this, so now, if the key doesn't even exist in map data in the first place, it won't be read. My guess is I probably hastily added that check a long time ago, and naturally, since I wasn't using a safe map, I never caught on that I added I was looking up a map value that didn't even exist. So I do. I truly do. You're not wrong about that. I like to think of it as it makes my coding sessions very like relaxing. It also gives me time to think about what I just did, what I'm about to do, or even just better ways to do things. So the time is not really wasted, it's just more time to consider everything else. Since whatever's currently we're about to check gets put on pause for a second. So that's nice. So hopefully we can knock this out. We can knock this out unless we find some other bug, which I'm sure we will. We always do. And then we can actually do some profiling today for the item adding and removing code. For a minute, I thought your dev time function was about self-imposed deadlines, but thankfully not. Oh, yeah. It would have been some like, okay, here's what the dev got in terms of like a speedrun time. Go and beat it, that kind of thing. It was, like I said, it was kind of a silly like time trial idea a while back that maybe we'll revisit sometime for fun, but obviously wasn't very important, doesn't really add much to the game. It's kind of silly, but we had plenty of other things to do to really not worry about something like that at the moment. Like, boy, would I love to try and make a roguelike version of this game afterward. Like, once this game is done, there'll be like a randomized mode where like you just get randomized abilities and different items and such. That would be fun too. Randomized dungeon generation and stuff. I would love to do that. I've always been a fan of like the dungeon crawling stuff, so to have something like that would be kind of cool too. Alright, well, we still get an abort, surprisingly. Let's see what's going on now. So, invalid ordered map story 1-1. Well, it shouldn't even be executing anymore. What? Oh, I see what's going on. Kinda. So we have update environmental audio, which is calling game get current map, and game get current map does an at to get current level or map data, which story 1-1 is not in map data. It's not supposed to be in map data. So for some reason, we're calling environmental audio in here. Update environmental audio, more specifically. And we never caught that because, well, we never had this safe map implemented here before. So that's fascinating. So this is update BGM volume, which is called when we close a menu. If we close the pause menu, the BGM volume was halved, so we notified the engine this is happening so it can correct it. Interesting. So... Well, obviously there's no environmental audio to update. And the way we get it is by getting the current map. I have a feeling I don't want get current map here. But it's like, okay, so... Or rather... Get current map. Let's see. We need to add another check here, because clearly we don't need to be doing this for a story. And there's no map to load. So we can break out early if... let's say game... Get current map, map type... is equal to... And then we're looking at map types... I don't know if I need map in front of it. I feel like I don't. Oh, I do. Okay. Fine. So, the only map types we're concerned with are... well, let me think. Because these are maps, so... The only one we don't care about is story, because everything else has a map tied to it. I'm not sure why blacksmith is in here. I'll be honest. Why is blacksmith in here? That's fascinating. What is this for? What do you mean map type is blacksmith? I don't feel like that's right. Okay. Environmental audio. We're in there right now. Menu type blacksmith. Blacksmith and TMX parser. I am so confused. Was there originally gonna be like a map called blacksmith? I don't think this is used anywhere. We also have to undef it in tutorial.h because it conflicts with that. Because we need blacksmith as a tutorial task name. I feel like this is an accident. I don't recall using blacksmith for any thing. Is it in the enums here? Because this would need to have it too. Map type. I think. What did I call it? Level type. It does exist here, and that's fascinating. But I don't know if anything even uses it. I guess we could check. Because I should be able to search for level type. And I should be able to then search for value and see if it's equal to, in this case, I think blacksmith is 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. So if I find a value of 3 out of there, then we know that we're using it somewhere. So let's go searching for that real quick. Where is the... Does this search everything? I think so. I think you do files to include and you do everything or something. Let me see. Oh, okay. We open a folder and then I'll check. That's what we want. So, this folder. Yes. No results found. Okay, but we can find like 2, right? Found 1. There's no 2s. There are 4s. Yeah. So there's no 2s, which makes sense. That's story. And there's no 3s, which is blacksmith. And according to this, we don't use it anywhere. Unless I'm mistaken. That's menu type. Blacksmith crafting window. Again, menu type. Yeah, I think this can go. The problem is, if I let it go, all the enums will switch, like, value-wise. So I need to resave all my maps if I do this. Because that's gonna update everything. Which I think I can do. Or I can do a find and replace. Like, VS Code could do that easy. Maybe I'll just do that. Because if I have to open every map, it's gonna, like, lag like crazy. I'm gonna close tiled. I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna replace all 4s with 5s, or excuse me, 3s. So just go ahead and replace all. And then there's one more, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 5. So 5 gets replaced with 4. Okay, so I just did that manually. So I update a bunch of maps. I'm gonna get rid of blacksmith from the enums here. And that leaves... That means I shouldn't need the undef anymore because it shouldn't get confused about that. And then in here, we're just doing map type story. Okay. So if we find story type, we're gonna return. We don't need to do anything in this function. Every other map type has a map associated with it, so this is fine. Only story maps should not get this. Let's go ahead and restart the game. Unfortunately, if we do this, I think the map cache has to be restarted. So maybe I should run this in release mode? I think I'm gonna build in release mode. So I already know we're gonna have to recache all the maps. Well, it's gonna detect that we have to recache all the maps because we replaced quite a few of them. I guess it's not too many, but it's enough to where I know we're gonna be waiting for a minute. So I don't want to wait. Let me see. That's not too bad, I guess. That's like 4 files, and they're small files. Okay. I probably could have gone away with it, but oh well, too late. Yeah. Now, I don't know if I need to worry about sounds like not being deactivated. I guess that's my only concern. But I think we force environmental audio to die at the start of each level. So I think that's okay. Anyway, build's done. Should detect that those 4 maps have to be recached. And a hub level should only be initiated in the game hub game state. Okay. I guess we've never ended with a hub map. Let me see. So the condition is the map type is hub and the game state is not game hub. And there are no maps in cache queue. So the not has maps in cache queue means if it's the last map to load, it will trigger this, which is what happened. Instead, I want to use the function what is it called? It's not this. There's another one. It's... I guess what I need to do is make a... Because we're on loading screen, we see it. It's right here. Game map cache is running. That's what we need. So we need that instead. So we're gonna say not game map cache is running. Then we do that. Because if the map cache is running, we're going to ignore that little nugget. So that's an edge case that was not accounted for. Because so far, every time we did this, it just like was finished with some random level. So it never ended up on a hub level for the pre-caching. Alright, let's see if it crashes now. So we get to story mode again. So we're still crashing. Let's take a look. It looks like it's still environmental audio update. So maybe I messed up something there. Because it's still calling get current map. Oh. We can't get the current map of a story map because there is no map for it. So that means we don't even need the story map type either. It's not a thing. I just added it for no reason. Instead, we have to check if we're in a story map. So... or if a story is loaded. So I think that's just if visual novel, which is not added here. So include visual novel. And we say if visual novel, let me see. There's nothing here that indicates that what we need, but I know we have something that actually like... Oh. Okay. We have something that actually like initializes it, so we should be able to detect it that way. Let me see. I assume it's the novel variable, like story level data gets initialized. Like, let's see if we could find a way to detect if we're in a visual novel or not. I guess is the way to describe it, because this is a static function. Or static member, so that should always exist. We just need a way to tell if we're in one. Because if we're not... Oh, you know what? We can check the game state. I like that better, actually. The visual novel loads when... or runs when the game state is set to story mode. So we can do game state... get current state is equal to states... and in this case, story. So if we're in story state, we're returning. What were the equals and delete and equals and delete lines? That was visual novel, right? Okay, so... this basically makes it... So the idea is... visual novel has a static member. I want the visual novel to only exist as a single instance of itself. We shouldn't be able to create or construct one. So, deleting the move constructor and deleting the, oh, I forget what this is called. The biref it's not biref constructor, it's a biref or bival. I forget exactly what this is. But this essentially prevents you from moving a visual novel from one memory location into another. It essentially forbids you from constructing and moving a visual novel whatsoever. I'm basically forcing the interface to the only way to create a visual novel is through initialize. There is no other way to do so. I guess there's this, but this actually doesn't do anything. It literally just creates an empty instance. Yeah. I'm not entirely strong on what bivals are, but I know this removes the ability to move things around, move visual novels around. At least that's what it says. So I would have to look at it more to give you a better picture of what that means, but I've kind of forgotten it. Which should be okay in this instance. I just know it functionally does what I need it to do. Which is me not accidentally creating more of these in places I don't need to. Yeah. And you can obviously research more of that and experiment it with yourself too. That's the best part, right? Okay, so hopefully this actually does what we need to do, and story state will no longer explode. And then after that, I think we can call this bug squashed. Along with a ton of other fixes, we changed quite a lot of internal structures that were kind of old, which is kind of fun. It was fun to go back on some pretty old systems and not only get a refresher on how they work, but fix some things that looked a little strange, right? Things that made no sense. Alright, so story is working again. We're not accidentally creating a story map in the map data structure anymore, so that's wonderful. I'm glad that's a thing. And I presume we can now quit without the game trying to create a cache of story 1-1. I'm just going in here to make sure that this won't be a problem either. And quit. Alright. Looks like we're good to go. We finally survived getting through a story without the game actually crashing. Which is exciting, because we haven't had that in a while. Alright, so a few things to do. Also, while I'm at it, I'm going to run unit testing while I figure out this commit. Just to make sure we haven't busted anything. Also, I've decided to get rid of this map preloader project. We don't need that in here anymore. And let me do a set. Adventure in the Story of Tests has the startup project. And let's do run a test. Run all tests, and hopefully they all pass. So our git commit message. Oh man, we did a bit. So defined active, or I guess it's not really defined. It's more like what would I call this? Clarified. Yeah, it's more like clarified and split active zones from base map zones and added corresponding functions. Adding corresponding functions. And then we took a look at we changed zone data and map data. Is it map data? Yeah, map data to use safe maps instead. I'm going to have to call it a night here. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you had a chance to tune in and watch today. It was nice talking to you, and it was nice that we got to learn some things together, so that's fun. Fixed display. Oh, you're right, yeah. Separated and fixed display name. I guess I'm calling it map stage name from map name. Oh, there's the start of our unit testing. I'm just gonna let that run. From map names, IDs. Okay. And then we fixed story nodes causing an additional map to be generated. Yeah, I believe that is everything. Oh, and we also removed... So am I removing the story enum too? I guess I am. Also, these tests are failing, actually. Probably just a runtime error. I guess I gotta take a look now, huh? So, an easy way for me to take a look at what's going on is by going to the logs of these and just having a peek. So, unit testing, logs. Every single log from a unit test gets dumped into a file, so I can just peek at this and hopefully we find something clearly simple and wrong. Let me just type in error and maybe we'll find something. Alright, it says player initialize under enchant test. So enchant test line 93. Warning, a previously set value has been overwritten. Key campaign 11. Oh, in unit tests, we overwrite a map. So it's like we create a special map just for unit testing. That makes sense. So we do have to go through and fix that since we updated the stuff. Let me cancel out this now. And let's just go into... I think I have to do it for all of them as they all generate these tests. Or they all generate these maps. Except maybe the... I think the geometry test doesn't need them. But let me open all these. Let's take a peek. So here it is. We just immediately write campaign 1-1 in here. So it said it was previously set. So we're basically trying to overwrite it. I will basically force this to be initialized so I can overwrite it. So I'll just do get game map data unlock. So I'm now forcing myself to write in it. And I guess afterward we can lock it back up. I don't see a reason to not keep it unlocked unless we're doing a made-up test level, which has happened in a couple places. So I might have to unlock it for that. And I think that's going to be done in... It's either player tests or something else, but yeah. There's just a couple places I need to do this in. So here and here, we can do that. In this case, we don't actually do anything with the map. We're just basically generating a piece of it for fun. This one... Okay, we do set current level, which is fine. Yeah. The tests also have to respect everything we do. And yeah, it's just to make sure, like, with such a big change, even though it wasn't like a gameplay change, any internal structures we've changed couldn't mess up literally anything. So it's a good idea to run the tests anyways. You never know. In this case, things just can't initialize. Alright, geometry tests we definitely don't care. We don't do that. Here... And again, I think there's one... there might be a couple tests that fail, only because I know they generate a very small, quick test map. I'm trying to find it. It's either, like, in monsters, or maybe... Oh, here it is, I think. Initialize level. But I think initialize level handles the map data... Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay, so yeah, one of the few places where we make another level, so let's just unlock and relock it. In fact, maybe I can build this in. Build this into here, where we just say, okay, if we're in a test mode, if testing mode enabled, which is a function that only returns true in unit tests, then we can unlock the map data and relock it afterward. Because we know we're going to be doing special stuff anyways, so we can be a little more lenient for unit testing. Every once in a while we have to sneak some code in specifically for testing mode that says, hey, we're going to be doing special things here, it's alright. Don't freak out, please. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and let those rebuild and just run them again. Okay. So we... Oh, right. I still want to take care of that. So we removed the blacksmith enum. I'm thinking for map types we also want to remove the story enum. It doesn't seem to serve a purpose and must have been added as an oversight. So once again, I kind of want to go in tiled here. And, ooh, I do wonder if this is going to mess up, because I don't think so. But I do have to update this level type enum, so I delete blacksmith, and I'm going to delete story. Because we don't need those. Hit save. Well, and then because we've done that, everything that was... So story was above here, I think. So 0 and 1 remained the same, and then story got removed. So 3 and 4 need to be replaced. Which I think we can confirm in map.h again. Or map in... map type? Let me see. Map type. Gotta find it. Here it is. So yes, story was or became 2, so now 3 and 4 will become 2 and 3. Is that a bit dangerous? Don't you want some parts of the test to trigger those? If we're calling initialize level in a unit test, then it means we are creating our own level. So I am okay with that. Like, we're making a custom level in the unit test, which I think is okay. But yes, it is dangerous. I have to consider when I need to add those if statements. Like, obviously, we don't need to render any graphics during unit tests, so I completely overgo all the rendering code. Unless for some reason the rendering code has side effects, which is entirely possible. And maybe future unit tests could try to run the rendering code, because it's essentially running the headless version of the game, so the rendering code will just do nothing. But if it has side effects, we could technically detect that. So it is something to consider. I just haven't really made any tests for it, because they would be kind of annoying tests to write. Okay, so 0 and 1 are intact. 3 needs to become 2. And 4 needs to become 3. And now all the maps are up to date again. So we saw 4 maps changed again. So that's a good sign we chose the right maps to change. So now, hopefully we're good. Unit tests are still failing, so I want to find out why. Maybe we'll have to find that out tomorrow, though. Let's see. Depending on what this is, we might wait this out. Because they're still failing. I was not expecting them to keep failing. Some of them passed though, but only a couple. But if it's something dumb, we could probably fix it. Something silly. Okay. A previously set value has been overwritten. Key campaign 1-1. Still? This is in animation. Or no, excuse me. Enchantess line 94. Enchantess line 94. Underscore set map data. Okay. Oh, you know what? It's complaining that we're overwriting it. Let me think about this. Because it technically already exists. So we're overwriting it. So what we want to do is say... we basically want to clear that item, like reinitialize it to something else. So I guess at this point, it would be something like this equals a new map. Yeah, just construct a brand new blank map, and then we modify it. I guess as long as I'm modifying it, then I don't have to unlock because it's already existing. I'm just changing it. Which should be fine, because then I can just do this anyways. So I guess I misunderstood what I was doing here. It's just I have to unlock it for brand new stuff. But for old stuff, I can just reconstruct it with the blank map, which is fine. So I shouldn't need this or this. Just do that. Okay. And then I'll do it for the rest. And that one can stay. Just have to fix this up real quick. Cool. Hope it actually runs. I can call it now. I would like to commit this, but I usually commit saying like all tests are passing or X amount of tests are failing. Ideally, I want it to just be all tests are passing, right? That would be ideal. So removed story. Well, I need to find the story enum real quick. It's where is the map type enum? Because I need that real quick. Map type. Okay. So I remove story from there, which is all I need to do. So remove story and blacksmith map enums. Okay. And then let's just see, as long as these unit tests start passing, it's a good sign that we've done things right. One can hope. It does make me wonder how some of these actually ended up passing, though. That's fascinating, right? It's like... I wonder how these got by when they all run the same setup code. So that's interesting. I'll have to investigate that sometime. I'm just trying to think how that would have happened. Oh shoot, do I have to do at? I have to do at. I forgot. So I need to... Let me just stop this real quick. because I'm technically overwriting it right now. That's the part I forgot about. Do that. Yeah. That's an oopsie. I didn't even change this one. Okay. Buff tests, so that one's fine. Okay, do that. Couple more. Alright. One more try. Yeah. I really don't want to touch this. I guess I won't touch it. Hopefully I can just call it soon. Okay. They're still failing for whatever reason. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, they're definitely still failing. Let's see here. No error though, that's weird. Am I being dumb or? Unhandled C++, oh, .at is failing? Wait. Something's weird about this. There's a function here called setUpMockMap. Oh, that's where the error's happening, I think. So that's why it's being created. It's setUpMockMap, and then I kind of forget which happens first. I think... Oh, I see. Set up test monster, then set up mock map. So this is where the error was occurring from earlier. This is just the initialization of it. Wait, so why do we even do this in the first place? I'm confused. Right? That doesn't make sense. It needs to be initialized first. So I guess this actually is correct. I just need to remove it from there. That's so weird. Okay. I don't think all of them have that though. Like this one clearly doesn't. So I do need to initialize it from the looks of it. So I will. Because this only has a cleanup function. It doesn't... Like this one has an initialize function. This test does not. So I don't have to worry about that here. And I can just do this myself. Okay. So that's correct. Here, you only have a cleanup function. Okay. So I'll do that. This is kind of redundant, so I'm just removing that. It doesn't really need to be there. This has only a cleanup function. So by accident, I was almost correct, actually. The first time. Now, this one does have setup mock map, so... And initialize calls setup mock map after the fact. So I'm going to delete this and initialize like this. Which should be fine. The mock map is only to clear out item drops for that map. And maybe it's to reset it. Okay, let me think about that. Are we trying to reset the map every time? Because maybe that's actually what we want to do. So maybe I'll respect that and actually reset the map every single time we call this function. And we know it happens after, so I'm going to do that. Because I have a feeling that's what we actually wanted, was reset the map state so we're not... Because if we don't reset the map, it's possible the state of the previous map messes with this map. It's a lookup map. It's a safe map in this case. But yeah. But the line by itself would call the constructor, because that's why we have a safe map in the first place, right? It's like, if you just do this, then it's just gonna initialize it. Yeah. So, it looks kind of funky just sitting there, but that's exactly what it does. Okay, so we do have to reset it. At least I would like to, because I think I'm getting a vibe that's what I originally intended. Yeah. That one's fine. That one's got none. Okay, so set a mock map. I'll do the same thing. It's already been initialized up here, so just reset it. That one's okay. No. This one needs to be initialized. And this one does do set a mock map, so same deal. I'm gonna do one of those and reset the map. While up here, we're initializing the map. Okay. Everything's coming together. I hope. One more good test for good measure. And I hope, pray it actually works, so I can actually finish this. Like I said, we got to go pretty late today, so that was nice. Yeah. We got a lot done. Alright, moment of truth. Nope, still happening. Something's happening. Handle user input. Okay. This is going to error.log though, so we'll be able to see it. Okay. Right. A previously set value has been overwritten. Again. Adventures in Lestoria, line 567. Handle user input. This is interesting. What's in here? Ah, shoot. So wait. Previously set value has been overwritten. So it's saying that at this moment in time it's being overwritten. Do I not lock the map after? Oh, I don't think I lock the map, do I? Not in testing mode. Okay, we have to lock the map. That's definitely required. So I'm going to set initialized down here. We definitely need to do that. I think we have to do that for every single one. Yes, so let's go ahead and lock it. I assume reset level states will unlock it for us. Actually, I don't think it will. Yeah, well, normally we don't touch map data again, but for testing we do. So for the sake of resetting, I think we have to unlock this data structure each time we reset for a new test. Okay, so let's do this for the sake of doing it. So unlock has to go there. Set initialize has to go down there. Okay, I didn't think about this in terms of how it affects overall function, but now I'm seeing it. Because of the way safe structures work, we have to make sure we update the state in all these cases. So unlock to right, lock after, so it doesn't get touched. Because we can't actually use the read functionality unless we lock it, because then we're assuming we're just overwriting the key, which clearly we're not trying to do, so we need to lock it. Okay. I think we're good now. Of course, I said that the last, what, 5 times? So who knows? It never ends, right? Alright, do it again. I hope you all enjoyed today's stream, though. It's fun when we get to code a lot. Some days we get to, some days we don't. Okay, I'm still getting exceptions. Less exceptions, but some still. It might be... Ooh, zone data. Okay, zone data might need locking too. Let me see here. Depending on the... Yeah, I assume... Oh, or the zone data just doesn't exist. This is like implying that it exists, which technically maps should have all these data structures by default, but guess what? Only TMX parser provides them by default. Now that we're using safe structures, maps have to initialize with those values. So it's not TMX parser that can initialize these for us. It's actually the map class has to initialize these for us. So I need to move these to the map. I guess the map constructor. Because that's the only way a map gets initialized. Well, there's underscore set map data, which... Okay, that's map data, but the actual map class itself, we can go ahead and set those in here, which is what? Zone data. So the map's zone data is actually part of the map tag. Let me see, where's the zone data? I don't actually see it. Zone data map. Oh, there it is. It's just at the bottom. So I have to set it to directly. So it'll look like this. Okay. So. Yeah, a lot of tests are passing, but a lot of tests are also failing that have anything to do with maps, which makes sense. This will require a full recompile, unfortunately. Alright, Take care, Tiger. Thank you for tuning in. And I appreciate all the talks and learning today. It's been fun. You have a good sleep, okay? See you next time. And hopefully we're done here too. It's getting late and yeah. I guess I could turn on the big light. I do have a light over there. Let me go turn it on. I guess I should have thought of that earlier. It's just a small light. I don't have like... I need a light in front of my computer. Okay. Alright. But that's the best we're gonna get, unfortunately. I think it actually darkens me, but it's fine. We're almost done anyway. Let me see if I can just... Because my thing is set really low right now. I just didn't want to adjust it, but I guess I will. Doesn't really get much brighter than this unless I do this. Okay, I mean that might that'll do for now, I guess. It's better than nothing. Okay. Alright, tests are passing. Thank you. So we're finally at a point where we're not totally failing anymore, so I'm glad. So I'm just gonna let this run. I am going to call it here for the stream though. So once all these tests pass, I'll go ahead and come in and just say all unit tests are passing, because I would hope all unit tests are passing after this. But thank you all for tuning in today. It's been a very fun coding session. We fixed a lot of internal stuff, honestly, and tomorrow we can focus more on, for one, doing the preloading generated file thing. We just need to make a small correction there. And then I need to make another profile run on items. I need to see what is going on with adding and removing them that costs so much time, and we're going to try and figure out how can we optimize it, what can we change. It's probably going to be a whole deep thing, so we might be another week into optimizing, so we'll see. But it'll be fun. Programming's always fun. But yeah, for those of you that tuned in today, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And we'll see you next time. Bye, everyone.